Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
It's been hot this week. All right, Mr. Landon, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
You're here on Harris.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what my buyout is yet. I thought I'd stop by.
Find out your bio. How many?
No, it doesn't, it's maybe 20.
Okay, so find out what your bio.
You doing all that noise?
And you might want to just finance it through a bank. You don't want to take it outright, buy the thing.
Yeah.
Or you can.
Use your device.
Okay, just a moment. It's too bad.
Oh, Beth, I could have got that for you.
That's all right. It's fine. I need a telephone. Set up. All right, you ready? Yeah. Calling case number 2305606801. People of the state of Michigan versus Raymond Harris. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, this is actually listed, I just looked this is actually listed as an elder abuse case. So I don't see anyone on. I'm gonna text someone to find out who's on this.
All right. Mr. Pilkowitz, Mr. Landon, we'll come back to you. Ms. Pilkowitz, good morning.
Morning, Judge. I got Daquan Brooks. I can waive his presence. He's out.
Okay. Ms. Dornick, are you here on Harris? You are. Okay. Give me 1 second, Ms. Pilkowitz. We're back on the record on People versus Ramirez, Javon Harris, case number 23056068001.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Dornick on behalf of the people, P79420.
Good morning, Judge. Richard Glander for Mr. Harris.
What's the pleasure, Mr. Landon?
Judge, I recently received this case. I still have to get discovery. We could either set another PCC or an exam date. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Harris on the screen there. The bond was 100,000 cash, Judge. If he's not on camera, I'll waive his appearance.
I'll go ahead and set it for exam. The court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll waive the defendant's presence, set this matter for preliminary examination on April 5th. How is 11:30?
That should be okay. Anything later than that or no?
No, not really.
All right, 11:30 on the April 5th.
Well, I guess I could do 12.
12 is better, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. April 5th at 12 o'clock.
And Ms. Dornick, if you could just send me the discovery.
Yes, I'll call you too.
Oh, call me, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Filkowitz, you're here on Brooks.
Yep. Yes, Judge.
Calling case number 2305-607-101, people of the state of Michigan versus Daquan Brooks. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense. Defendant has a habitual offender. Second offense, no please.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653. On behalf of Daquan Brooks, I'd ask that the court waive his presence for purposes of this proceeding. I just talked to him yesterday.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your question?
Your Honor, I believe I'm in receipt of discovery. I'll confirm with APA Drain if there's anything I'm missing, but at this time, we just need to set it for an exam.
He's out of custody.
Yes, Your Honor, he's untethered.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 5th at 9 o'clock?
Judge, I got a lot going on the 5th. Is it possible to do the 6th or the 7th?
No, because we're closed on both days.
Okay. I'm sorry, Judge. I hate to do this, but could we go into the next week?
April 10th at 10 o'clock.
That's a good day, Judge.
April 10th at 10 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Yazicki.
Yes, Your Honor. Here on
Good morning.
Ravenel, I need discovery and an exam date. He's present.
Calling case number 2305-608-101. People of the state of Michigan versus Carlanda Ravenel. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapon felony firearm. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Gizicki on behalf of Mr. Ravenel, P34393. Would you state your name, please? Mr. Ravenel?
Orlando Ravenel.
Hey, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Yeah, and I need discovery and an exam date.
How is April 5th at 9 o'clock?
That would work, Your Honor.
All right, April 5th at 9 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're good, sir. Mr. Ravenel?
Okay.
Ms. Manarino.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Blessed to have the opportunity to be here. I'm with Lisa Lindsay.
You're on Smith.
Yes.
Okay.
Calling case number 2205-940601. People of the state of Michigan versus Dante Smith. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons felony firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940701. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons felony firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940801. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons felony firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940501. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to murder. Count 2, animals, killing, torturing, third degree. Count 3 and 4, weapons felony firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Lisa Lindsay on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
And good morning, Maria. Excuse me, Manarino on behalf of Mr. Dante Smith. I don't believe that he is zoomed in from the jail, I'll waive his presence with the court's consent for purposes of this proceeding.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. Okay, so what do we have here?
So last time we were here, the court had accepted the report from the Forensic Center finding Mr. Smith incompetent. Prosecution asked for an independent. Independent has issued a report, but my doctor has not completed his. He's doing some further testing. So I would ask for another date, maybe at least a couple of weeks. I think there's some further testing he wants to do. I'd also ask the court did enter an order finding Mr. Smith incompetent, but he has not been transferred for any treatment. And he's still sitting, without any treatment at the Wayne County Jail.
Your Honor, if I could just interject here, just to refresh the court's memory, the court made the finding of incompetency just for the purpose of getting him some treatment. The court, I had an issue with that because I didn't want the clock to start running, but be that as it may, the finding was not based on the report in total, but it was based on the fact that the court felt that the sooner the defendant got treatment, the better. I guess we can put it out for a couple of weeks to get the additional report, and at which time we could have the hearing where the court could make the final determination as to the defendant's competency or incompetency.
Okay, so I'm getting a little tired of kicking this can down the road. I want something to move on this. That being said, I'll give the additional 2 weeks. However, whether that report is done or not, we're going to do the competency hearing. And if the report is not done, then whoever this other expert is, they don't have a report ready, then I expect them to be here in person. Or that may be the case anyway.
And we understand.
All right.
So what date are we talking, Your Honor?
Well, believe it or not, my calendar is pretty wide open. How about April 14th?
I can do it if it is at, is there any way, Judge, because my schedule on the 13th and 14th of that week is pretty heavy with evidentiary hearings. Could we do it on April 12th? Because I have that morning, the whole morning free. So in the event that we actually have to take testimony, I would be able to do it on that day.
Are you for April 12th?
Well, that I have, I've already got hearings scheduled on the 12th. Could we go to the 17th?
The 17th looks good for me also, Judge.
I can do the 17th. 17th morning or afternoon?
Court's pleasure.
The sooner the better. How about 10 o'clock on the 17th?
That works for me, Your Honor.
That works. Thank you.
And Judge, we will let the court know soon as possible if we would actually need to take testimony, or we would just prefer the court to make the decision based on the reports.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Luther. Thank you, Ms. Manarino.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Was that in person?
That's going to be in person, right? It's going to be in person, April 17th at 10 o'clock. We continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Holler, is he still here?
Yes.
There he is, Mr. Holler. That's not Mr. Holler.
He's in the hallway doing Zoom.
Mr. Howard Waller.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How can I help?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Adele Haradwala, P40095, appearing on behalf of Ginger Jones. Your Honor, she is present by Zoom, and we both waive our appearance in Your Honor's courtroom.
Let me start the case, sir.
Calling case number 2305-607401, people of the state of Michigan versus Ginger Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapons felony firearm, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, weapons felony firearm, count 5, child abuse 4th degree, count 6, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Adele Haradwala, P40095, appearing on behalf of Ginger Jones. We are both present by Zoom, Your Honor, and we waive our appearance in the courtroom.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Ms. Jones, tell me your name for the record.
Ginger Jones.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I've spoken with with my client at length. I've also received the discovery and I've provided it to her. Your Honor, this is what we are wanting to do with the court's pleasure and permission. We're asking to hold the exam. This is a domestic violence situation. If on that day the complaining witness does not appear, I will have a motion. If the complaining witness does appear, it's going to be a waiver. With that being said, Your Honor, may we please appear by Zoom?
No, because what if the complaining witness is here? Oh, then it'll be a waiver, you said. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yes, you may appear via Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on April 5th.
As late as possible, Judge.
Okay, April 5th at 12:30.
12:30. Thank you, Judge. We'll be there by Zoom to either put the waiver on the record or make a motion for dismissal.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend, Your Honor. Thank you.
You too. Mr. Holler, good morning, sir. Good morning. How can I help you?
We're here for a we're here for a review after a finding of incompetency for Mr. Dante Alexander. There was a finding of incompetency by this court, I believe, on January 23rd.
Is that your case, Ms. Ripley?
Yes, Judge.
Calling case number 2205-904001. People of the state of Michigan versus Dante Alexander. Defendant is charged in count 1 for sexual conduct 1st degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Good morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler on behalf of Mr. Dante Alexander. My bar number is 43344. Mr. Alexander is standing to my left. We're here for a review after a finding of incompetency.
Tell me your name, sir.
Deontay Alexander.
All right. Okay, so where do we stand now, Mr.
Judge, I'm still, I've reached out more to, I followed up on email to community mental health. We're been in contact. I think one of them left me a voicemail yesterday. So we're still just trying to see if we can get any other kind of evaluation. So I am working on it, Judge. I just don't have much to report at this time.
Well, I don't know of anything else for us to do other than, I guess, to just get another review date, I suppose.
How far are we along in the 15 months?
Oh, Judge, we just started. It would expire April of 2024. So this is still very new.
So at least we don't have the defendant languishing in Wayne County Jail. This time, right?
Correct.
All right. So I'll be kicking this can down the road. Do you have a timetable, Ms. Ripley?
Judge, maybe end of April, beginning of May, we could meet back up and see.
How about Cinco de Mayo?
May 5th, is not good. Cinco de Mayo is not good for me, Judge.
May 1st?
May 1st is not good. I'll be in circuit court at that time, and for something that may take a while.
May 3rd?
May 3rd is good.
May
May
3rd,
3rd.
Ms. Ripley?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, May 3rd at 8:30. Bound to be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
And it's by Zoom.
It can be by Zoom, yes.
Yes, I brought them in because Miss Underwood doesn't use them. And so she was here Johnny on the spot at 8:30, so if she has someone that can reliably help her with them, we can do that, otherwise she'll do it.
All right. We continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Officers.
Good morning. Yes, sir.
How you
What you
doing,
got?
Judge?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Very nice.
Melanie wants to know
Yeah,
if
no
you
problem.
pop out and just a group.
Listen.
She said Judge Williams is also gonna help, but he can't do it.
someone down there?
So they have one competency ready. Cohen. The report. Judge can hear. Report. Okay, the report, competency report.
I was going to get a copy of the report, but I didn't.
Okay.
Yes. I know they'll mail me one, I just haven't gotten it yet. Thank you.
Is that Mr. Cohen there?
Erica Moses. I think she was included in the email chain picking today's date for the return.
Ms. Drain,
Yes, Judge.
can you reach out to Ms. Moses for me? Erica Moses?
Yes. Do you want me to ask her to zoom in?
Yes, please.
Okay.
She has Cohen. Antonio
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes, okay.
Is he zooming in from the jail?
I'm sorry?
Is he zooming in from the jail, you know?
I don't see anyone from the jail.
What was this, just witnesses? Oh, yeah, he wants to bring witnesses, right? It's the one with Burton here.
Oh.
I think he did. This. On video, man.
Judge, Ms. Moses responded she will be there shortly.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. Here she is. Ms. Moses?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm present.
Ready on call.
Calling case number 1906-096401, because State of Michigan versus Antonio Cohen. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice. Defendant also has case number 22060888701. Defendant is charged in count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, assault with intent to murder, count 6, and 7, child abuse second degree, count 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant has a felony commission with the commercial motor vehicle advisory. Defendant also has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing in person on behalf of Mr. Antonio Cohen, who is not present.
Are you waiving his appearance for purposes of this hearing?
I will do so, Your Honor, yes.
Court waives the defendant's presence. What do we have? We have a report back?
Can I approach the clerk?
Yes. All right. And the forensic center, my cursory inspection of this report finds that the defendant is incompetent to stand trial at this time, but in their opinion, is restorable given treatment. Are you willing to stipulate those findings right now, Ms. Moses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, the defense would also stipulate to that assessment.
All right, so the court will make a finding at this point that the defendant is incompetent to stand trial at this time, but I will refer him for the treatment. And we'll set a review date for, so, let's say June 30th at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
That works for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you as well. And we'll go check on Judge Sabree's courtroom. Yes, shall return. Let's order the pizza from somewhere by, yes, we should order it by maybe 11:30, 12 o'clock, so we can. Partial to barbecue with no onion.
Judge William is there now.
We have some callers who believes. So, I was waiting on you to say what's up, so I can say, you talking to me? How you doing? Doing good. Fine. I'm melting. Can't you tell I lost about 10, 15 pounds just sitting in court. So
You know, I think this probably work out like 12 times a day anyway.
Yeah, he did.
Good morning, Mr. Strong.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Strong is on time, ready to go. Who's your APA, Mr. Strong? Do you know?
I believe the strain is outside of the.
You ready? Where's your client, Mr. Strong?
He's outside, right?
I'm sorry. Pronounce your last name, please, sir.
Guys.
Yes. Calling case 2159839, people of the state of Michigan versus Janelle Anthony Geis. Defendant is charged in count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has an original offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Draper, the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rodney Strong, come up here. Guys.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Ravenel, guys.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
That's right.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The containing witness is Tiffany Nix. She is not present and I cannot go forward with her testimony today. I would just indicate for the record that the date of the alleged incident is October 23rd, 2020.
We'll start discuss with Your Honor.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, people George Fajardo case that is scheduled at 10:45. I have been in contact with the complainant and with the defense counsel. And the defense counsel has indicated that it is likely to be a waiver. And so as such, I told him, if he asked, could it be by Zoom? I said, I don't think that the judge would have an issue if he can present it appears by Zoom. So I told him, I'm sure any time would be fine.
Mr. Fajardo just joined us.
Oh, yeah.
So this would just be a turn.
Okay. So.
Mr. Kamaj is here. Good morning, Mr. Kamaj.
Hey, good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
You're here on Fajardo.
Yeah, we have a waiver, Judge. So I came in a little bit earlier. We were scheduled at 10:45. If you want us to be in person, we could be down there at 10:45, but I was
No, you're
hoping.
fine.
Okay.
Calling case 2355748, people of the state of Michigan versus George Michael Fajardo. Finished charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Yeah, good morning to you and your staff, Your Honor. David Kamaj appearing on behalf of the defendant, P68273.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
My name is George Fajardo.
All right, so today was scheduled for preliminary examination, Mr. Kamaj.
Yes, Your Honor. So I spoke to Ms. Drain. I think both the people and the defense are waiving their right to a preliminary examination. I've spoken to my client about the purpose of the exam. Pretty much it's the prosecutor's burden to prove that a crime was committed, that my client committed it, and that burden of proof is by probable cause. So he understands that. We're going to waive that, and we're asking to be bound over to the Wayne County Circuit Court.
Mr. Fajardo, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You understand, as your counsel indicated, you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged and complain for more. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probable cause to believe you committed it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 14, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. You can log off, Mr. Fajardo.
No, thank you.
Do we have anybody here on the far right?
Yes, sir. They just checked in about open.
Okay, they can come in.
Look, we in with plan in the restaurant.
Okay. Ms. Drain, are you ready for me to call them all right? Calling case 2355812, for the state of Michigan versus Lamar Deshaun Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1 larceny from the person, count 2 larceny from the person, count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 and 5 and 6 felony firearm, count 7 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. You and your staff, Cody Bradford with NDS Detroit, P85944. On behalf of Mr. Wright, who is physically present in the courtroom.
Mr. Wright, tell us your name for the record, sir.
Lamar Wright.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is witness Alexa James. She was notified of today's date and time, and she is not present. I cannot proceed without her.
As such, Judge, I will request that this case be dismissed without prejudice.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
We'll wait them all around the record.
So, Ms. Drain, that Kiera Geiger case
Yes,
with Attorney Jones as the attorney,
right,
not gonna go.
I know, yeah, so.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Everybody have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Have anybody here for our 10:15?
No, sir. One here is, oh, I see.
All right, step away for a moment. We'll do an exam and just please correct from all that.
Grant, you have a witness from, your Jones case. I don't know. So.
Yeah, he was in our court, advising my
So looking forward to his excuse today.
Yeah.
Always have an excuse.
Yes. Oh.
10:15, defendants here, but the attorney had to check in. And the parties are already here for 10:30 is here.
10:15, is he a J?
No, you don't tell him. He's here physically. And, Mr. Brown and Attorney Sinclair is here.
Okay.
Waiting on the prosecutor for that. What's the prosecutor on that? You know that?
No. They gained it for now.
Jackson.
The 12 o'clock, Geiger, what are we doing for her attorney? She checked in, but
Should you?
yeah, but attorney don't, you know.
I think you probably want to wait to see if we get a witness. Maybe on the judge King here. Just have her be patient.
Yeah, she knows she's early. I told her. Like, really early.
How you doing, sir? Okay. Securities documents. Let's have this sound to you.
Not yet.
About Sinclair.
Yes.
Okay, let's do Sinclair's. From. Yeah.
He said she was here. Yeah, he might not have understood.
Sinclair.
Oh, you know, wheelchair? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, sir. Mr. Salem.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We ready on Eddie Turner?
That's ready, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2355989. People of the state of Michigan versus Eddie Turner. Count 1, assault with intent to degrade, violate, harm, to murder or by strangulation. Count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3, assault with dangerous weapons. Count 4, felony firearm. Count 5, felony firearm. Count 6, aggravated domestic violence. Count 7, assault or assault and battery. Defendant has an additional from the second case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court, Alvin Salmon, 23797, on behalf of Mr. Turner, present in court. Please state your name, sir.
Eddie Turner.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I'm ready to proceed.
How many witnesses will be?
One witness, Your Honor.
Witness?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. At this time, the people will call Laura Turner.
She's in a wheelchair, sir.
Okay.
I don't think we have enough room to get the wheelchair to her, sir.
All right. All right. Please tell the young lady over there your name and spell it for her, please.
The camera, Patton Turner, LATAMORA, PATTON, TURNER.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. All right, please state your name once again for the record.
The camera, Patton Turner.
Okay, Ms. Turner, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Turner, I want to bring your attention back to the date of March 14th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay, where were you on that date? And where is your home located?
16.3 March 1.
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you at home, were you alone, or were you with anyone else?
I was at home.
Okay, was anyone else with you?
No, they had left.
Who had left?
My grandchildren.
Okay, so while you were home alone, what happened with it?
Nothing. I ate my dinner and then I went upstairs to go to bed.
Okay, what happened after you went upstairs to go to bed?
I heard my husband coming in.
What is your husband's name?
Eddie Turner.
Okay, do you see Mr. Eddie Turner in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
A great job.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant Eddie Turner.
So noted.
So at some point then Mr. Turner came home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you asleep or awake?
I was awoke.
Okay. And did you have any interaction with Mr. Turner on that day?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
I came downstairs when I heard him coming in. And I asked him about how come he didn't answer my phone call. And it went from there.
Okay. So you asked him why he didn't answer your phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you call him?
Periodically through the whole day.
Okay. So he hadn't answered any of your calls?
No, we talked earlier, previous that day, because he knew I was going for my appointment for my surgery.
Okay.
And I talked to him until I got to the doctor. And then I told him once I left the doctor that I would call him. But in the process of me calling him before I left the doctor, he had called me and I couldn't answer the phone because the doctor was telling me about my procedure. So he hung up and he called back. And I didn't answer the phone because I was trying to find out what the doctor was saying. So when the doctor finished with me, I called him back. He sent me to the voicemail. So that was just an all-day thing. So then I went and got her some dinner. And I texted him, I said, well, since you're not answering the phone, your dinner's in the microwave and your salad is in the refrigerator. I left it like that. Then eventually he came home.
Okay, so you didn't talk to him after that?
No.
Okay, until he came home?
Yes.
Okay. So you asked him why he didn't call you back?
Yes.
And what was the response of him?
Yes, I called you 5 times today, and you didn't answer the phone. He was very verbal and aggressive, he was loud, and I just told him, you don't have to talk to me like that, you don't have to cuss at me. So then I walked away, and when I walked away, walked into the dining room, and he walked in behind me, and he was still cussing and stuff at me. And I just asked him to stop cussing at me. He gonna tell me, you don't have to tell me what to do. I'm grown. I said, okay. So then,
But let me stop right there just for a second. I do have a question for you. So you indicated that you were at the doctor's office and you were talking to the doctor about a procedure?
yes,
Okay. And, was that something, is that something related to why you are in the wheelchair today?
yes,
What, can you tell us what that procedure was?
a knee replacement.
Okay, so you had a knee replacement.
Yes, ma'am.
So you had not had the knee replacement obviously before this injury.
This will be my third.
Your third knee replacement?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you explain what your physical condition was at that time on that day?
I was fine.
Okay, could you get around?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so you're in the dining room, did you say, or the
Dining room.
dining room? What happens next?
We were steady arguing, and he was very boisterous. So I went to walk away, and he kept walking up on me. And I asked him, I said, stop walking up on me. He told me, you don't tell me what to do. So when he got too close, I pushed him, because he was literally in my face. So when I pushed him, he ran back up on me, and he started hitting me.
Okay, he started hitting you.
Yes,
What was he hitting you with?
his hands
And where was he hitting you?
all over
Okay, like, can you just describe where?
my face, my chest, my arms.
Do you have any idea how many times he was hitting you?
No,
Okay. What happened, what did you do with him?
I eventually got her loose, and I went upstairs and sat on the side of the bed.
Okay, what happened after that?
He came up behind me,
And what did he do?
told me, bitch, get your shit and get out.
What did you respond to him?
I told him I wasn't going anywhere.
What happened after that?
We argued some more.
And how long did you argue for?
I don't know.
What happened after that?
He told me, and I threw your dog outside. Go get your damn dog. So I called my granddaughter, which they don't stay too far. And I asked her if she come get my dog. So her and my granddaughter, my granddaughter and my daughter, they came to get the dog. So when they came and got the dog, they knocked on the door. And he came downstairs, and I came down behind him. And he asked them, oh, what was they doing there? And they told him, oh, we're coming to get the dog. So they got the dog, and then he gonna tell them, coming, you can take that bitch too. So,
What happened after, were you there when that conversation happened?
yes, ma'am,
Okay, what happened after that?
we got into another physical altercation.
And what happened during that physical altercation?
We were fighting on the steps. He pushed me and I fell down the steps. Then I came back up the steps, and my daughter and my granddaughter, and then he got into it with my granddaughter and my daughter. He punched both of them.
You punched both of them?
Yes,
What is your granddaughter's name?
Jacob Thornton.
And where did he punch her?
I can't actually tell you exactly what it will get.
Okay, what is your daughter's name?
Christina, Krystynia.
Where did he punch her, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so what happened after that?
We just kept going back and forth, arguing and fighting. And then by that time, I got my granddaughter and my daughter to leave. And he came back in the house, and he grabbed all the kids' things and put them in a bag and took them and threw them outside on the front grass. Yeah, he didn't want them back over there and this, and this. And then I just went back upstairs, and I was sitting on the side of the bed. And then my kids was calling me, and we were on the phone. And they were asking me what was going on, was I all right? I told them, I said, I'm fine. Then, told them that they can go home, and they're like, no, so they came back to the door, because they wanted to make sure that I was good. He wouldn't let them in.
Okay, what happened after that? When where were you at that time?
Sitting upstairs on the side of the bed.
Okay, and what was your plan at that time, if any?
I was just sitting there, I just was basically trying to find out why all this happened.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know,
So
so,
your daughter and granddaughter came back, and what happened after that?
me and my husband, we continued to argue. If he just continued to say, well, bitch, get your shit, get out. And if they come back over here, I'm killing all y'all bitches. So just get out my house, and get your stuff, and get out my house. And I just kept telling him, I'm not going nowhere. I said, now, it's your house. I thought it was our house. He said, just get your shit and get out. I want to be by myself. I need some time to think. So I'm like, I'm not going nowhere. So I was talking to my mom, and he snatched my phone, and he was talking to my mom. And I don't know what he was saying to my mom. So I told him, I said, just give me my phone so I can get myself so I can go. So in the process of that, he slammed my phone against the wall. You know, I was trying to get some of my things so I could go. I was basically trying to get my medicine that I take on a daily basis, so I can go. So,
Were your daughter and granddaughter still there at the house?
they were outside. We had locked them out, locked the door, locked them out.
Okay.
And by that time,
Did you get your phone back?
yeah,
Okay.
it was shattered. I had two phones. He shattered one, and then the other one I had in my pocket.
What kind of phone was that?
It's an Android,
Did you get it replaced?
no, not yet.
Okay, is it still usable?
No.
Okay, so what happened next?
My kids that came back and were banging on the door. And, he went downstairs to tell him to stop banging on his door to get off his property. So, by that time, he opened up the door and he went out. And when he went out, I went behind him, because I didn't want him to get into a physical altercation with my kids. So, he went out, I went out behind him, so I guess they had got in their car. So he turned around and came back. And he got in the house and told me. And, so I was trying to get in the house, but he had locked me out the house, so I pushed the string in and stuck my arm through the string to unlock the door so I can get back in the house. And he pulled my arm through the string. He was literally trying to pull me through the string door. So when I was asking, I said, I didn't do anything to you, so why are you doing this to me? He was like, bitch, just get out, just go. So, I said, well, you got my keys, I need my keys. Give me my keys so I can go. And eventually he opened up the door. Let me in, and then when he let me close the door behind me. So, I went upstairs and I grabbed a few things, I put a few things in the bag. And by that time, was getting ready to, go downstairs.
Can I ask you how long were you upstairs getting your items ready? If you remember. Okay, all right, that's fine. So what happened next?
She, he asked me where was his pistol. And I told him I didn't know. He looked at me like I was lying. So, then when he got it, I went downstairs and I was sitting on the couch. He came down, and he was standing over me with it, all in my face, pointing at me, swinging at me. I'm gonna kill y'all bitches. Anybody else knock on my door or try to come in here, kill them.
Let me stop you. So you said he had a pistol.
Yes,
Have you seen this pistol before?
yes,
Where have you seen it?
at the house.
And, you indicated that he was waving it in front of you. Was he pointing it at you?
Yes.
Okay, and he was threatening.
Yes,
What happened after that?
I went downstairs and sat on the couch and came downstairs. And he was standing over me with it. Just said if anybody else knock on this door and try to come in here, I'm gonna kill all y'all. By that time.
What were you thinking at that time?
I thought he was serious, because I never seen him like this before.
Okay, and what happened after that?
My daughter came back. And he opened up the door, he sat the gun down, and he opened the door. And they got the suspect. He went to swing on my daughter, and my daughter swung on him. She did. Yeah, they ran out the house. Opened the door. Went in the house and picked himself up. And, back down, and by that time, he got back down to the station.
The police were there? Did you call the police?
No, I did not.
All right. And what happened after the police arrest?
We all stepped outside. He was talking to me. And police officer was talking to him.
And did you tell the police what happened?
Not at that time.
Okay. And what happened with Mr. Turner that evening?
We both were standing in the driveway. He was at the end of the driveway. I was like, hardly hurt, like the middle of the driveway, something to the detective and everything. And, he asked me was I all right. I told him yes. Yes, he did. I need medical attention. So we know. And then when we talked to him, I just wanted for him to read his car so I can go because he had me locked in. So we got the keys for him. And then they put him in the handcuffs and put him in the car. And I moved his car, I parked his car in front of our house. And moved my car. I secured the home. And I gave the officer back his keys and I left.
Okay, and is that all that happened that night? Was there anything else?
That's all I can remember.
So I just want to ask you a couple of, were you injured at all?
Yes.
From the incident that happened?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you injured?
I got busted lip. Bruises all in my face. Bruises all over my body. I have 2 cracked ribs. Cracked vertebrae. And my arm is fractured from my arm to my hand.
Your arm is fractured?
My right arm is fractured. Down to my hand.
Can you tell us how did you get those specific injuries?
Tussling with him, I believe I got my cracked ribs and my vertebrae in my arm. When I believe when he was trying to pull me through the storm door.
Okay, so it was with your involvement with him, it wasn't like you held on the series before?
No.
Okay, all right. Now you refused medical attention at that point, but did you seek medical attention later?
Yes, I did.
When did you seek medical attention?
I believe the next day.
And where did you go?
To Oak Park Urgent Care.
Okay, and were you treated there?
Yes.
All right.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, yeah. Yeah, I just have a few questions. You indicated that you had never seen Mr. Turner acting that way before, is that correct?
Correct.
And, what appeared different to him? You've known him quite some time, is that correct?
We've been together 20 years.
Are you married?
Yeah, we married 17 years together, 20 years.
Okay, so you living together, is that correct?
Yes.
You have children together?
No.
The children you're talking about were from a different relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you indicated you never seen him acting like this before. Did he be more specific other than telling us what he did do? What about his appearance, or did you smell any alcohol?
Yeah.
Did he, based on your experience with him, did he appear to be intoxicated?
He's very intoxicated.
This is very unusual for him to act this way.
The way he acted that night, yes.
And as I understand, you also indicated you fell down some steps when he pushed you, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how many steps those were?
No.
Were these steps leading? Where were these steps that you fell down?
My basement steps.
Okay. And were you on the top landing and then fell all the way down to the basement?
I was on the middle landing. It's like when you come in our home, it's a landing and it's like 2 or 3 steps to go up into our kitchen, and then there's a bunch of steps going down. So I was like on the I guess the main step when you come into our home.
So you were on the landing, if I understand.
Correct.
I once lived in the house that was very similar to that. So to your left, when you came in, would be a couple steps that would get you into your main floor, is that correct?
Right.
And then the steps that you were on were steps leading into the basement, is that correct? And you were on that landing on the steps leading towards the basement, is that correct? And that's where he pushed you?
Yes.
And you went down, you fell down those steps, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was a number of steps, probably more than 10 steps, it would be a fair statement.
Correct.
And you would agree that some of the injuries that you may have sustained were the result of pushing you down those steps. There were a lot of steps to fall down. Would that be a fair statement?
It's possible.
You also made a statement, he was intoxicated and he was saying, "Get out of my house." Is this his house along with you?
Yeah.
And since this incident, and this will be for things I'll bring up with the court, it's my understanding you moved out of this, these premises over at 16813 Mark Twain, is that correct? You have moved out of there?
Yes, I have.
You've obtained your possessions, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And so, as far as you know, Mr. Turner, your husband's possessions are still over at 16813 Mark Twain?
Yes.
There's also a dog over there, is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set. Thank you. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, at this time, however, I would move to admit a certified copy of the conviction of the defendant, Eddie Turner. The document, I have a certified copy of the register of actions, which indicates that on September 29th, 1995, he was convicted of sentenced for armed robbery.
Okay.
Amen.
So this time, Your Honor, I would move to bind over on all counts except for no, all counts. Thank you.
Mr. Salmon.
Judge, I'm going to object to any bind over on assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder in the felony firearm that is attached to that particular count, Judge. I don't think in this particular case that the actions were such that there was an intent to do great bodily harm in this matter.
So what do you make of the intent of pushing someone down a flight of stairs?
Aggravated assault, Judge.
And she had, as a result thereof, a number of broken bones, ribs, and the like.
Understood, Judge. And that's probably a reasonable result of following down those steps.
Also, in addition to that, I believe that she was had been or undergone a knee replacement.
No, not yet, Judge. As I understand the testimony, she was consulting with the doctor that day for a future knee replacement.
I thought she said she had a couple of knee replacements.
Oh, yes, that was 3 previous, I believe, or 2 previous.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So at least this condition was known, should have been known to him as well. And then to assault a woman in that manner, in the manner in which he did, it's at least a question of fact as to what this intent was an intent to do great bodily harm, pushing the woman down who had a knee replacement down a flight of stairs. I would submit to you, I think this advice for intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. So it's a question of fact to be determined by a trial.
Hopefully we'll be able to work this out, Judge. Obviously, it's a testimony. It's probably a relationship for many years. And this was an unusual situation. The only other thing I would address is the conditions of the bond, Your Honor, if I may. The bond has a prohibition for Mr. Turner to move back to his house at 16813 Market Point. And that's why I asked those questions of the complainant. She's no longer residing there. She got all of her possessions out of there. This is Mr. Turner's house. He has nowhere else to go. And he has a dog or dogs there of his own, and no one's taking care of him or no one's feeding him. I did support to amend the provisions of the pre-trial bond and allow him to move back into the residence at 16813 Market Point. All other provisions as to those be changed.
Ms. Graham?
I'm not objecting to that request.
Provide me with an order to that effect, Mr. Sell. We continue, no contact. Thank you. No contact, sir?
No talking to her, no going nowhere near.
That's right. We understand your bond is conditional, right?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't we ask the next date for the other?
Then will be bound over court after hearing the testimony. Latimora Turner is satisfied with people that the burden of probable cause as it relates to charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this offense committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be April 14th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, sir. You have a good weekend, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Deontay Brown.
No, the other.
Oh.
The prosecutor just stepped out for a moment to speak with one of her complainants that just got. who's trying to leave.
Okay. Sir, is that something on your head? You have something on your head? What's up there? Oh. I can't hear you. It's the whole my hair back. It's like a little bit. Thank you. Sorry about that. Are you ready?
Yes,
Calling case 2355711 for the state of Michigan versus Deontay Curtis Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, second degree murder, number 13. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct, assault, intensive sexual penetration. Count 3 indecent exposure. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of the people, P83513.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I'm Christopher Sinclair, 80512, here with on behalf of Mr. Brown. Tell me your name, sir.
Yep, from.
This date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses for the people?
Just one, Judge.
Ready to call your witness?
Yes, sir.
Please do.
This time, people will call Ms. Deja Stanley. That is Deasia, last name Stanley. Dasia.
Where's your witness?
Officer says she's
Good morning. Please step forward. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I can't hear you. Yes. Please have a seat to the spot there that microphone to your left. Speak directly into that so we can hear you, okay? Sound like you have a very soft voice. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Stanley. Could you please state your name for the record? Dasia Stanley. Perfect. And I just want to remind you, keep your voice up just like you're saying right now. Let's speak right into that microphone. Oh, what is your birthday, Ms. Stanley? How old are you today? I'm going to take you back to August the 6th of 2022. Were you at a birthday party at your cousin's house? Yeah. What's your cousin's name? Is it Amber? Yeah. And do you remember what street Amber lives on? Somerset. And what city is that in? Detroit. Is that Wayne County? Your Honor, can we take judicial notice that Detroit is in Wayne County?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Deja, when you were there at that birthday party, who all was there? My grandma. And was somebody there that you called Bubba? Yeah. You see Bubba in the courtroom today. You can stand up and look around. Yeah.
Can you point to him and tell me what color he's wearing?
Dark blue.
Is he, what side of the room is he on? Can you point? Thank you. Your Honor, the record to reflect the witness's identification of the defendant.
So no.
And do you know him by any other name?
No.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
Since 2019.
And he's been dating your cousin that whole time? As far as you know?
Yeah.
And so did something happen with him that brings you to court?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you the first time something happened?
In my cousin, my cousin.
When you're in there by yourself, does that change? Does anybody come in?
Objection to leaving. Overruled, go ahead.
Who comes in?
He kind of like peeked in the room. Oh no, he peeked in the room.
When you say he, are you talking about Bubba?
Objection sustained.
Who's he? Yep. Okay. So does he ever come in the room?
No, just that one time.
What's something else that you remember?
I was in the looking at my phone because my phone was
I'm
dead.
sorry, Judge. I hate to interrupt, I'm having trouble here. Speaking to that microphone. Okay.
My phone had been dead and I had went across the room and plugged it up. I had fell asleep while I was charging. And I had woke up to like a heavy weight on my back.
Say heavy weight on your back. Did you feel anything touching you?
Yeah.
What was touching you?
I just felt a huge weight on my back.
Okay. What's the next thing you did?
I had heard breathing, like heavy breathing in my ear. And I smelled the liquid in breath.
Smell what?
Liquid in breath.
Liquor and what?
In his breath.
And his breath.
And I felt the weight like get off, like in the side of me. And I had like peeked my head because I was sleeping on my stomach. And I like turned around and I seen like a tall shadow with his leg on the bed and leg on the floor. And he comes to the side of the bed and he tells me,
Okay, I'm gonna break it up and ask you some questions. You said that there was somebody on the bed with one leg on the bed, one leg on the ground. Okay, when you looked at that person, do you know who that was?
no, but when he had came to the side of the bed,
Objection. That would be an answer to your question. Overruled, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
I said no until he came to the side of the bed and told me to put on these, and I said no. Then I didn't know because he spoke to.
You say put on these, what's these?
He had some clothes on his face that he had told me to put on.
And then what did you do after that?
I said no, and I kind of like rolled over to the wall because the bed was like facing the wall. And I was shaking, and I think he left out the room.
Sustained.
He left out the room.
Did you see him do that?
I rolled over.
You have to answer. Did you see him leave the room?
Yeah.
Before he left the room, after he tried to give you those clothes, did anything else happen there? What happened? I'm sorry, you have to answer.
I had about 5 minutes later, I finally set up, and I seen him walking around the hall with his back with. And for some reason, he had went into like boys' room. The girls were supposed to sleep with me, but they ended up sleeping with my cousin.
Objection to lack of foundation. Overruled.
Tisha, when you are in that room with Bubba, do you ever see any part of his body?
Yeah,
What part of his body did you see?
when he was putting on his clothes,
Okay, where was he putting on his clothes at?
in front of his right one.
Okay, so when you're looking at him, was he changing clothes or was he putting clothes on from naked or was he taking clothes off to be naked or something different? Okay. Well, he was in there. Did any part of his body ever touch a part of your body?
No.
Okay. Did anything else happen in the house where he does touch?
No.
Deja, when the person was in the bed with you, did they ever touch a part of your body or any of your clothing or anything different?
Like he was like pumping my head.
And what is that?
I still had my clothes on because I know I would feel something down there. He would try to go down there. And he was making out with my clothes.
When he was
I didn't
pumping-
hear you tailed off on me. I was speaking to the microphone. I didn't hear that last part you said.
I still had my clothes on, but he had his clothes on. And I felt like he was humping my belly.
When you felt like he was doing that, did you ever feel any parts of his body up against your body?
Yeah,
What did you feel?
like I was laying on my stomach, so he climbed on top of me. Like his whole weight.
Did you ever feel his private part against you?
Objection.
That's a yes or no question.
Yeah.
It is sustained. So we need to know specifically, you said he had got on top of your back? His whole body was on your back? Say yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so what parts of his body were touching what parts of your body?
His arms, his chest, and like his legs.
In his private part, where did you feel his private part of your body?
On my butt, my clothes.
Oh,
Stacey, what were you thinking then?
Is that an element of instruction?
It's an element of assault with intent and sexual penetration. Stacey, what were you thinking when this was going on?
I was freaking out, I didn't even like kind of froze. And he knew I was up, that's why he
Objection.
myself.
That would be speculation as to what the person who's in the room. I didn't hear what she said. Can you repeat your answer?
I said he knew that I was up because I was kind of moving. So he had.
Deja, what were you thinking could happen next to you?
He could hurt me and trying to like get my pants.
When you say get in your pants, what are you worried about happening? Other than you seeing his penis and him being on top of you in the room, did anything else happen when you were at that house that day with him?
No, he did not try to touch me.
Did he ever say anything to you when this was going on?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Right after that, until next, like the morning, when the morning came, I was in the like back room. And he had came and said, "Nah, mommy." He was like, "Please don't tell Amber. We ain't been here for a month. So don't tell me."
And Amber is your cousin?
Yes.
And when you were there, did you tell anybody what had happened?
I told her what happened, but like I didn't tell her who. I just told her I felt heavy weight on my feet.
And who's going? Are you still talking about Amber?
Yes.
So after that, do you ever tell your mom?
No.
Do you ever tell any of your brothers?
No.
Do you ever tell anybody that this happened to you?
Yes, I told my best friend. She was the person.
Ms. Asia, did anybody tell you what to say here today?
No.
I don't believe I have any further questions.
Cross examine.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good.
You say you didn't tell anybody what happened on that day, is that correct?
No, the first thing you know is my best friend.
And the only one you told,
Yeah, that day, yeah.
you're two. And you say you never told, did you tell anybody else after that day?
No.
Okay, so you didn't tell your brother?
No.
Okay, so if your brother says that you told him what happened, will he not be telling the truth?
I told him what happened like in January.
You did tell somebody else what happened besides your
Not
brother?
like on that day. Long person on that day with my best friend. Like every now and then.
You told,
First, I told my brother because I had my dad. He was just jumping around, and I said, "Your mom jumping and I was just mad and frustrated because they told me everything bad." And he said, my cousin said something before, and he said, "I stopped watching y'all because she tried to touch you."
wait a minute, so I need clarity. So at some point after this, you say your cousin is being bad, and that made you tell whom what happened that day.
He was jumping around, the kids were jumping around, and I watched the kid. And he was just, I was getting frustrated and mad, and we was just arguing. He was like, "You always be asking us to come over."
But
And
who
I
is
said,
he?
my little cousin DJ.
Okay.
He said, "You always asking us to come over." And I said, "I'm fine."
Okay, and when did that conversation happen?
In January, I think January.
But and this happened in August, you're saying?
But when I told
You have
him,
to speak out loud because we have a stenographer who's typing out everything that he said. He said that conversation happened in January, and this.
January 20th, and then I said that in front of my brother was like, "What?" And then he went and called my other brother, and my brother had said, why do you not tell me?" I said, "Because I'm scared."
So you said, I'm gonna jump around a little bit. You said you smelled alcohol on the breath of the person who was in the room, is that correct?
Yeah, he was on my back, and I feel like a scratchy ear.
So yes, so at this point, just if you could just limit your answers to, but the answers to the questions I'm asking, to typically be yes or no. Fair enough? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you said you smelled alcohol on the breath of the person that was in the room, right?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to talk to a couple of officers as it relates to what happened on that night, right?
Say it again?
You had an opportunity to speak with a couple of officers as it relates to what happened on the night, on the day in August, right?
No. Did I talk to officers on that day?
I said you, at some point after the incident in August, you had an opportunity to talk to police officers, correct? Okay, you never told those officers that you smelled liquor on the breath of that person that was in the room, right?
When I first told him, and my auntie, she had called the police.
So you have to listen very carefully to my question. So when you spoke with officers sometime after this incident occurred, you never told the officers that you smelled liquor on the breath of the person that was in the room. Is that correct? Okay. You testified earlier today, excuse me, that the person was breathing heavily. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then when you spoke with officers as it relates to this case, you never told the officers that whoever was in the room was breathing heavily, right?
No, I just told him.
Speaking to the microphone.
Yes.
So I'll re-ask the question just so it's abundantly clear. When you spoke with the officers after this this incident, you never told officers that the person was breathing heavily when they were in the room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also testified that you saw the person putting on their clothes in front of you in the room today. You testified to that, correct?
Yes.
And then when you spoke with officers about what happened, you never told the officers that you saw the person changing in the room. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But you have to listen. You say you did tell them? Okay, so if I were to replay back to your testimony as to what you said to those officers, would that,
Yes, Your Honor, there is some, in a future, there's stated the officers, in the future,
why can't I be true for statement? If I asked her, if she said something to an officer, she said she did, and the tape really shows she did. Okay, let me just backtrack. So are you saying you did or you did not tell the officers that, that you saw a person dressing in the night, in the room that night? Is it true that you just told the officers that you felt something heavy on your back when you spoke with them?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't tell the officers that anybody's arms or legs or anything like that was touching you, is that fair? And you didn't tell the officers that any arms or legs or anything of that nature were touching you on the night that you said this happened, is that fair to say?
Did you tell the police officers that any arms or legs were touching you?
Yeah.
Did you tell the officers that, that one leg was, I think you said somebody was kneeling on the side of the bed or something of that nature, at the time of the incident?
No.
Were the lights on or off when this, okay, and, windows in the room?
Yes.
There were the windows open and closed?
Close.
Okay, you say you were laying on your stomach, which way was your, face turned, were you lying on your stomach?
Left.
Okay, and where's the door as it relates to where you were lying, where did you were facing?
Facing me.
I'm sorry?
Wait, see it again?
Which way was your head facing when you're in the room lying down in bed and somebody entered the room?
It was facing me.
Okay, you never told officers that, that it was Mr. Brown who entered the room on this night, is that correct?
Yeah.
You did tell officers it was him that entered the room?
Yeah.
Did you tell the officers that you saw Mr. Brown enter the room, or that you didn't know who it was who entered the room?
Wait, see it again?
Did you tell the officers that it was Mr. Brown who entered the room, or that you didn't know who it was who entered the room?
I probably know it was him.
And how did you tell them that you were with him?
Because he had came to the doctor and he took his phone to me, told me
Okay. What time of day would you say this all took place?
it was around 3 and it was the 7th on the 7th.
And what day of the week was that?
I think it was on a Saturday.
Okay, so the 7th is it will be 3 a.m. on the Saturday, which is the 7th.
No, Sunday.
So this happened on a Sunday, early morning hours? So it was the party on Saturday?
Yeah.
What time did you arrive for the party?
2
2 in the afternoon? You have to say yes or no out loud.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that your grandmother, your cousins, and aunties, and other kids were there, right?
Yes.
How many people would you say total were at the party?
12.
12 people total?
But I know
A lot of people. So you think it was more than 12, or less than 12?
more.
Okay, would you say more than 20 or less than 20?
Less than 2.
So between 12 and 20 people present? You have to say yes or no. Okay. How many people stayed the night on this, between the Saturday and the Sunday?
9,
9 people stayed the night.
8,
8 or 9 people stayed the night. And what would you have to say yes or no?
yes.
And where were those people staying?
The boys slept in one room, the girls slept and they were supposed to sleep in
Okay. So how many bedrooms in the house?
3.
And how old would you say the 8 or 9 people are who stayed overnight after the party?
6 to 14.
Were there any adults that, well, whose house was it? Mention that. And you know where Amber stayed that night?
Yeah, the room.
Okay, so the kids were in the 2 other bedrooms? You have to say yes or no?
Yes.
So, and what room were you sleeping
My little cousin. Yeah.
in? Okay, and that was one of the 3 bedrooms that you said were,
Yeah.
and how were you sleeping alone if Amber was in her room and the other 8 or 9 people were in the 2 bedrooms?
They were supposed to, like, the boys slept in one room, the girls were supposed to sleep in the room. They said they did it, and I ended up in the room, then they put it to me.
Okay, so how do you know where the girls and the boys slept to stay with?
How do I know?
Yes,
They slept on it, and they was in the room. The
Yes, sir.
boys slept in one room, and then the girls slept in.
girls slept with Amber and the boys, you said were in the 2nd bedroom? So you have to say yes or no?
Yes.
You know if Amber has any other children?
Children.
Okay, and you know where her children slept?
Yeah.
Where did they sleep?
2 slept in Raymond, and 1 slept in the
That you slept in your cousin's bedroom, so are Amber's children your cousins?
Yeah.
Okay, so none of your cousins slept in that bedroom that you were sleeping in?
No.
So do you know of any other adults that stayed the night that night between that Saturday and Sunday?
It was like Airbnb.
Okay, and you say him when we talk to you.
I don't like to say that.
Okay, important, you have to say what we talking about.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know what time the other adults who were at the party left?
They, when they left,
Yes.
around 8.
You know where Mr. Brown works?
No.
You know if he does work?
That's irrelevant.
I'm just trying to find out what, more specifically, what was going on that night, and if somebody was there or not there, and the pattern that she knows.
I think you asked all those questions.
I asked him as it relates to the children and who, and like the adults that were there, so now I'm asking if she knew whether Mr. Brown worked or not. And
Why is that relevant?
to establish a pattern, actually, when he would be there. When he would not be
It's not
there.
relevant.
Okay. I have one more question. I don't know if it would be covered under that objection, but of course, there will be an objection. Does Mr. Brown order them to stay open from Saturdays into Sundays?
That's irrelevant, Your Honor. We're talking about one specific meeting, not a pattern, not a series of events.
So you said at some point you testified today, you said you saw a tall shadow figure in the hallway after this incident. Is that correct?
No.
You didn't say that today?
I seen it in the dark.
You said you saw a tall figure in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
And this situation in the room, that's the only situation that you're saying after that night?
No. Earlier in the morning, he had like, when I was watching the kids, they was playing with the pool, and the window was like facing the yard, and I was just seeing that he had came out. And he had came out maybe when I had walked out from my phone, he had put me wild.
Walked off from where?
I was in the back room, I was on the main floor.
And where was he?
he came to the back room and I really watching it.
You never told police this, right?
I did,
When you were interviewed by the police at your house, you told them that?
yeah,
And you know that, that interview is recorded, right?
yeah.
Okay, so, if I play the video, you'll be able to point to, the portion in the video where you told the police that?
The police or
The
were they
police,
recording?
the police. You said you would not be able to point to that place in the video?
How would she know unless she saw the video?
I'm asking, that would be violation.
But again, how would she know unless she saw the video?
Because she was present when the police were.
She doesn't know what's been video, what's been captured on video.
Well, she would know when she was interviewed by police, and she would know.
But
what
she
she
wouldn't
told.
know what's been captured on video.
What I'm saying is, the full thought is she knows the times that she spoke with the police, and she wouldn't know what information that she relayed to the police.
But she does not know what's been captured on video.
I heard what you said, and what I'm saying is, whether it was captured on video or not, she would know when she spoke to police and.
That
what
wasn't
she
the
said.
question you asked. You asked if she looked at a video, could she point to where it was captured on video? But how would she know if she never saw the video?
Because the point is, I asked her if she had spoken to the police.
Move on, Council.
You were interviewed by police at a house. Was it your aunt's house or was it your brother's house? It was your aunt's house, okay? And during that interview with the police at your aunt's house, you never told the police that the person that was in the room was hungry. Is that correct?
I told her.
And so you know the interaction with the police that I'm talking about, right? At your aunt's house, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so you would be able to point to the place in that video where you told the police that the person that came in that room was hungry.
yeah.
You testified today that Mr. Brown had a conversation with you during which he said, please don't tell Amber because we haven't been together. Is that correct?
Yeah,
So, when the police came to your aunt's house, and did you tell the police that?
yeah.
All right, 1 second, please.
No further question. Can you redirect?
Did you talk to the police? Did you also talk to people like Hicksock and room? Okay. When you were in the room, did those people ask you more questions or less questions? More. Okay. And you gave them some more details than you remembered at that point?
Yeah.
And Anastasia, is this easy for you to remember and think about?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that because it was recent?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're all set. You can step down. You're all set. Any more witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, no.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant? No. People?
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to bind over on counts 1 and 2. Count 3 is a misdemeanor. There is testimony on this record that the defendant put his body weight on this child, that she felt his penis on the back of her against her chest. That would be criminal sexual conduct of the second degree, being that she was 12 years old at this time and she was 12 last August. Further, count 2 is criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration. Anastasia was up here and stated that she believed that at this time that in doing that, she believed that she was going to be penetrated. She was worried she was going to be raped.
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes, sir. I object to the binder, overall, and more specifically, argument on, count number 2. That Mr. Brown was allegedly quote unquote humping her. There was no testimony that she was unable, that he attempted to go remove her clothing in order to accomplish the alleged act of penetration. The testimony is a little bit interesting as it relates to whether the person that came in this room was dressed or undressed. The video, well, I can't testify, but the testimony that's on this record is interesting as it relates to dressed or undressed. And the story, in my view, is not necessarily the most clear as it relates to what level of dress or undress or when the person that was in the room allegedly was unclothed versus when they were clothed. But I think the testimony is clear that there was, that the witness was fully clothed and that there was no attempt to unclothe her at a point during the time that the person was in the room. As it relates to the count 1, the argument is the same that with the criminal sexual conduct is second, and as the prosecutor stated, copy is a misdemeanor, so we are.
I do believe the testimony was that he was naked and putting his clothes on when he exposed himself to her standing in front of her. I mean, I'm also having a difficult time remembering, she said that he was dressed in front of her.
No, she said he was naked.
Oh, thank you.
She said he was naked, she was clothed, and he was humping her back. As it relates to count 2, criminal sexual conduct, assault, intent to commit sexual penetration, what's your evidence to sustain that count?
There are the people who would agree that the activity satisfies count 1, not count 2.
Court, after hearing the testimony of Deja Stanley, is satisfied that their burden of probable cause as it relates to count 1, criminal sexual conduct in the second degree. The witness testified that while she was in bed, asleep on her stomach, that the defendant allegedly got on top of her, that he was naked, and that he was humping her back. She felt the full weight of his back on her. Full weight of him on her back, that is. That he subsequent to that got off of her and stood in front of her while naked and put clothes on and tried to get her to put some other clothes on. That testimony was clear. There was no testimony that the defendant sexually assaulted this 12-year-old child, even though this conduct is reprehensible. Allegedly, it's true. There was no testimony that he sexually assaulted her or tried to sexually assault her, aside from the sexual contact, which gives us the basis of the second degree criminal sexual conduct. So the court will dismiss count 2 for insufficient evidence to bind over on count 1. The arraignment and the information on count 1 will be April 14th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. I need a dismissal as to count 2.
Yes, sir. I got it. I'm working on it.
You say you're gonna bring some, we're gonna do him. Down on state.
Yes, she is. Very, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, this way, yeah.
All right, Paul. Somebody that wasn't approved. Check this out. You can stick around. You always welcome. So you're always welcome. You can stick around.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah.
your pizza, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can still do the cheese and some of the
No cheese.
They do that?
They can do whatever you ask them to. Okay. I mean, you can have the cheese on there. You know, I can get a couple slices. I ain't had it in so long. It ain't gonna hurt that.
I ain't trying to get you sick.
No, if I eat way too much, then yeah. But if I get two slices or something, I'll be all right. Okay. Let me bring them out now.
Phil, you there?
I am, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
All right, bring your client out now. Call the case.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, You look almost like a signal in that code.
Not a signal. You know what, let me not make that comment. Okay. I never pledged anything, so I don't really have a strong, like,
It's not too late, you know, you have a graduate.
Really?
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't be a real one though, because I didn't have like a pledge.
You're still a real. You always a real. Once you cross over, you can say no. Between that.
Okay. So it's just like an application process?
Yeah, you interested?
I've thought about it. Because one of the biggest reasons I didn't pledge when I was an undergrad is because I didn't want to go through all that. Yeah, they can call you at 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I ain't even doing that.
We're gonna do that in grad time.
Okay. I've thought about it.
I'll talk to you some more about it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ready, Phil? Calling case 2355749, people of the state of Michigan versus Orlando Tyrone Suggs. Defendant is charged in count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearms. Count 5 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court attorney Phyllis Gayton Robinson, P71733, on behalf of Mr. Suggs. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for preliminary exam in this matter. Mr. Suggs, can you please say your name loudly for the record?
Orlando Tyrone Suggs.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Teresa Jones. Your Honor, she knew of today's hearing. She has chosen not to go forward with this case.
The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Suggs, you'll get a copy of your dismissal paperwork in the courtroom, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too.
You as well. Everybody be blessed. Thank you.
Mr. Burton here is here. I'm just stepping through the
All right, I'll see you next time. All right.
Mr. Burton here.
Good morning, Judge. How are you? I'm
Do you
good.
have those witnesses?
Yes, I got, most important, Sam
I'm sorry,
Sloan
you got
Jr.
what?
I have the most important witness for our purposes, Sam Sloan Jr. He's here. I saw the complainant. I think he ordered, one of their siblings to come along with the mental deficiency. I haven't seen him. I don't know if he's here.
All right.
But it sounds like we got all the witnesses.
Okay, let's keep going then. We brought in the heavy gun. I think Mr. Makepeace is here. Heavy gun. We're not playing around today.
I'm not gonna say it.
Where you guys want. I'm gonna text them. Somebody who delivers. Congressman, they delivers too. They deliver too. She said she thought Congressman was out. Right there. So, just make sure I get the barbecue. You guys. Okay, Raymond Descon Bridges. Calling case 2355646, people of the state of Michigan versus Raymond Descon Bridges. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person number 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, aggravated indecent exposure.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matt Makepeace on behalf of the people, P27996. Good morning, Judge and your staff. Robert Burton Harris, P81843, on behalf of Mr. Raymond Bridges, who is also present.
Tell me your name, sir. Go ahead and take your coat off. We'd like you to stay for a while. All right. Are we ready to proceed?
One preliminary matter, I discussed this issue with Sister Counsel, and we have a stipulation to the names and ages of Raymond's mother, Raymond's children, just to show, because I know that part of the proofs in this case was the body cam footage, and some allegations were made about him having children by underage women. And the reason for the stipulation. Okay, well, I just feel the stipulation is there to show that all of his children's mother, none of them are underage.
So stipulated?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I think we left off with, the last time we were here, I asked or the court received information that Mr. Sam Sloan Jr., who was the brother of the complainant, had information that would directly rebut some of the testimony that was offered. So I can call him as my witness and proceed. Go ahead.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have you got his name?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat there. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak to that microphone to your left, okay? Maybe again, you're ready.
Good morning. That's the microphone that's.
To your left.
Oh, that my
Yeah.
my name is Samuel Sloan.
Thank you, man. Could you say it, or I'm sorry, spell it for the court? I'm sorry, the court reporter has it, so you don't have to spell it. Thank you. Before we begin, can you verify that the last four digits of your cell phone number are 9327?
287 9327.
That's even better. So how do you know Ramirez?
That's my cousin.
Do you know the complainant in this case? The complainant is the person making the allegation.
Yes,
Who was that?
my little sister,
And who is Tiffany Davis?
my mom.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yes,
What are their names and ages?
Cambria, Cameron, Daniel, and Sonata.
And what are those folks' ages?
My oldest brother, he's 26. My sister's 23. And my youngest sister, 16.
Do you know a Samaj?
Yes, and my little brother.
What's Samaj's full name?
Samaj Swan,
And how old is he?
14.
Do you live with your mother and your siblings?
Yes,
Who else resides with you?
that's it.
How old are you?
19.
So we first spoke on the phone a week ago on Friday, March 24th, 2023.
Yes,
And that was about at 7:45 p.m.
yes,
And I also sent you a text message about this past March 27th, that was Monday, about coming to court today, correct?
yes,
And so you saw the court's order and that's why you're here today, correct?
yes.
But this is not the first time you came to this building for this case, is that fair to say?
No.
No, it's not fair to say, or no, you clarify your answer. Have you come to this building before?
Oh, yeah.
And that was, the last time we were in court was on Monday, March 13th, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So, did anybody tell you to come to court that day?
No.
And why did you come to court? On March 13th?
Because I was right around the corner from the court.
And when you came, were you coming to support Ray?
Yes.
So, let's get to why we're here today. So you know why Ray is in court today, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the allegations made by your sister and your mom?
Yes.
And during that phone conversation between us that we talked about earlier, you told me that, well, the allegations were not true, correct?
Yes.
That's not legal.
Okay.
Your witness.
What was your reason for saying that the allegations weren't true?
She lies every time.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
My little sister.
Did we talk about anything related to your mom and specific to these allegations?
Oh, yeah. My mom trying to make them lie.
When you say them, who are you referring to?
My sister and my little brother.
And you also had some conversations with the prosecutor today, correct?
Yes.
Is it the same prosecutors who are sitting at the prosecutor's table?
Yes.
And what did you all talk about?
I was talking to him about that is not true.
As of what they talk about.
That's what we hear say.
Well, no, just asking what they talk about is as opposed to the
Out of
actual.
court statement, for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right. I don't know. Okay, good. That's fine. When you spoke to the prosecutors, did they ask you about any type of physical altercation that you had between Ray allegedly?
Yeah.
They did ask you that? And that's something that me and you also talked about, correct?
Yeah.
So have you and Ray ever gotten into a physical fight?
No.
And this is something that you told the prosecutors as well?
Yes.
Have you ever caught Ray receiving oral sex from your sister?
No.
Prior to these allegations, the reason why report, had you ever heard Ray having sexual contact with your sister, Soraya, at all?
No.
Ever?
No.
So your sister gave your sister testified earlier, and she described the situation that I just alluded to earlier about oral sex at your house. Just at your house. For clarity, you're saying that never
That never happened.
Have you spoken with your sister about this at all?
Yes.
Well, when did you speak to her?
I told her why she was lying.
When you say you told her, you asked her?
Yeah.
And when was that?
I asked her yesterday.
Who else was present in the room when you were talking to her?
My mom.
Did Soraya respond and explain why she was saying what she was saying?
She like, boy, I ain't lying.
And you told the prosecutor about this conversation too, right? I'm sorry, I actually don't remember if I asked you this or not. Did the prosecutor ask you about any type of prior physical fight that you had with Ray?
Yeah.
They did ask you that? And you told them the same thing you told me?
Yeah.
I'm all set, Judge.
Cross the time.
Yeah. When you say that, were you present on the date of the allegations?
Yeah, was I there?
Yes, were you at the house on Edmore?
No. No.
No, you weren't on those weekends in January?
No.
After the cousin's birthday party?
No.
Okay, so it's fair to say you wouldn't know what would happen at that house at that time, is that correct?
Yeah.
So if something did happen, or if there were people at the house, you wouldn't know, is that correct?
Objection. In a call for speculation, and that mischaracterizes his last testimony. He already said that he wasn't there, but she's asking him, the fact that he wasn't there, is that all encompassing? And basically allows him to say that I don't know anything about the case. That's at least what I got.
I don't understand the objection.
So the question,
Because what I understand of her second question is, it just clarifies the first question that she asked, or expounds upon it, in that she says, if you weren't there, then you wouldn't know if anything happened at all. Is that right?
and that's exactly what I'm objecting to, because even though he's not there, he still has knowledge about the case. And
he doesn't have personal knowledge. All he can rely on is what was told to him.
well, he knows the sister. He knows the people. Hold on 1 second. He knows the sister. He knows the people involved in this case. My objection to the question is just that the broadness of the application of it. So the prosecutor is trying to say that because he wasn't there at the day on this incident, that he doesn't know anything about the case insofar as he can say.
He could only know what somebody told him.
So if something did happen at that house, you wouldn't know because you weren't there, is that correct?
Yeah.
So, you testified previously that your mom tried to make them lie. tries to make them lie?
My sister and my brother.
Why would your mom try to make them lie?
Because I was right there when she tried to make them lie. I was sitting right there when she tried to tell her to testify.
And you spoke to myself and my co-counsel here, is that correct?
Yeah.
We didn't ask you to lie today, did we?
No.
And you said that you spoke with Soraya about this yesterday,
Yeah.
and she told you, boy, that ain't lie,
Yeah.
and you don't believe her?
No.
You said you're 19 years old,
Yeah.
and, Raymond Bridges is your cousin?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Bridges? How long have you known Raymond Bridges?
For years.
For years?
Yeah.
What's your relationship like with him?
Good.
You're good? What does that mean?
Straight.
You guys get along?
Mm-hmm.
You best friends?
Yeah.
You hang out all the time?
Yeah.
You text all the time?
Ooh.
You text all the time?
Yeah.
Any problems between you and Mr. Bridges?
No.
Yes, Judge. You testified that you were present when your mother was instructing, your sister to lie. Is that correct? When was that? Today. Where? The living room of what house?
My, her, the house, I'm living.
Do you remember, I'm sorry, go finish your answer.
Her house.
Do you remember specifically the words that were used? When you say she, who you referring to?
I'm talking about when y'all go in there and make up the lie.
And how long, this may seem like a silly question, but how long have you known your sister?
I've been doing her all her life.
And you care about her, is that fair to say? Yeah. Would you ever let somebody rape her?
No.
If you got some type of report or some type of credible allegation about rape, you would take that seriously, correct?
Yeah.
That's not something that you try to hide.
No.
All right, sir, where do you live? Do you live with me?
I stay with you.
Stay with your mom? What's your relationship with your mom? You get along with your mom?
Yeah.
So you said your mother, her exact words were, go in there and make up a lie. She told you to make up a lie too?
Yeah, but I want to.
What lie did she tell you to make up?
You try to make me. That's why I go. Say that you did.
You have any idea why your mother would want to make up a lie against your cousin?
Anything my little sister tell her, she gonna listen.
So you already said that you weren't there when this alleged incident took place, right? So you have no idea if it happened or not, do you? So why are you so ready to believe your cousin as opposed to your sister?
Because I know this.
How do you know?
She been around, she been over there every single day. I knew something like this. She just started doing this, and we had a few words.
You had a few words.
Me and my cousin.
You and what cousin?
Raymond.
You and Grapevine had a few words. The prosecutor asked you about your relationship with your cousin. You said
No,
no.
she thought we
Y'all
would
never had a
be.
fight.
No, we never had a fight. She thought we would beat them. So she started saying all that about he waived the order.
Any questions based on my questions?
When the judge asked you about you and Raymond's relationship, and he also mentioned what you had testified before when the prosecutor asked you about the relationship, do you remember that question? Yeah. The prosecutor, I think, asked you your relationship now, and you said y'all were good, correct? Yeah. And you mean today, y'all are fine, correct? Yeah. But you weren't trying to say that y'all never got into arguments, for instance, correct?
It wasn't like no serious argument.
Y'all had a disagreement.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Anything else, Ms. Ripley?
We talked about this argument that you and Raymond had. When was that?
No.
Was it this year? January? Yes. When did you and Raymond Bridges make up? Was it before these allegations or after these allegations?
Thank you, sir. You may step. Next witness.
I don't have any new witnesses to offer, Judge. If you recall, we had a conversation about several different witnesses about one call. I offered, I showed office proof for those witnesses. You made rulings on those. I don't know if the court wants to hear from the mother. I'm prepared to cross her if that's necessary or for your decision. The complaints. Based on what happened. Based on testimony there, I didn't know if you wanted to hear from her or not.
Ms. Ripley?
Judge, it wouldn't be my witness.
Well, the people don't want to call her, then that's fine.
I do have the complaint here today, because I know you said you wanted her present.
Yeah, let's have a complaint.
So I have one.
Please tell her your name and spell it for her. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Please have a seat like last time. Speak into that microphone for us, okay? May begin when you're ready. First question. Yes, I have some questions. Okay. Tell me your name for the record.
Soraya
Last name.
Butler.
You remember me, Ms. Butler, the last time?
Yes.
All right, I need you to be completely honest here, okay? Because this is very important, all right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with today. Did you speak to anyone about this case today? Coming here to testify. Did you speak to your mom? Talking about anybody?
Yeah.
Spoke to your mom about it? point to the prosecutor or the victim's advocate? All right. You didn't speak to your mom about coming here to testify today?
No.
Not at all?
No.
What about your brother?
Who's that?
Sorry?
Who's the one that just left right here?
Yes.
No.
You didn't speak to him about testifying today? Has anybody told you what to say here today?
No.
Nobody's told you what to say?
No.
If I can, I would like to let the record reflect the, I guess, the pauses in between, your Honor's last two questions. Is that fair? Can I do that? And I would say it was about maybe 5-second pause after you asked the last question.
That's fine. Okay, so when you told everybody about what happened, is it fair to say that some people weren't real happy with you? Did anybody accuse you of lying? Did anybody accuse you of lying? Anybody say you weren't telling the truth? That didn't happen? Can't hear you. Did anybody tell you that you were not telling the truth about what happened? I have to answer out loud.
Yeah.
Who told you you were lying, that you weren't telling the truth?
Mia and Mama and
And who?
and girlfriend.
Okay.
And
Did your brother tell you you were lying? That you wasn't telling the truth? Brother that just left out of here. Did he tell you you were lying? Okay, let me ask you a different question. The last time you were here, you told us about incident where your brother got into a fight with your cousin.
they were just arguing.
Okay, so last time you told us they got into a fight, you didn't know.
No, I said that they got to argue.
Who was the brother?
Sam.
Is that a different brother?
No, he was
The one that just left out of here? He got into an argument with your cousin about what your cousin did to you? Can't hear you.
Hold on, wait. It was about.
I can't hear you. You have to talk up.
I don't think so, but not about this.
Not about this, but you said another time when he made you put your mouth on his private part. Remember that? Yes.
Yeah.
You said that your brother saw it and they got into a fight about that. Remember telling us that? That happened?
Yeah.
When you say fight, was it an actual fight or was it an argument? It wasn't a fight? All right. So your brother tells us that that didn't happen. Is he lying? I'm sorry? He's lying? And you're telling me the truth?
Yeah.
Brother also said that your mother told you to lie today.
No.
That's a lie too?
Yeah. Mom never told me that.
questions based on my questions?
Yes. Because I guess technically the court's witness, so do you want myself to go first? Or?
Doesn't matter, go ahead.
So what did you talk to your mom about today?
No.
You didn't talk to your mom today at all? About anything?
No.
You also didn't only tell the judge about this prior incident of Sam punching Ray. Is that true?
You said that over again?
The judge asked you some questions based on what you testified the last time you were in court. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the judge said that the last time you were here, you told us that your brother Sam punched Ray in the face after he caught you and him doing some sexual things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so the judge is not the only person you told that to. Do you remember that?
Okay.
You also told that to the kids talk therapist who interviewed you, right?
Yeah.
The kids talk therapist asked you about this alleged prior incident, right?
Yeah.
And you told the therapist that all of your brothers were at the house, right?
Yes.
And that you were in your room alone with Ray, right?
What's about? Right. This year.
What I'm talking about is what you told the kids talk therapist, okay? You told the kids talk therapist about two different incidences, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me rephrase the question. You told the kids talk therapist about what supposedly happened at Aunt Mary's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
You also told the kids talk therapist about the incident in 2001 that happened at supposedly your house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking about that incident that supposedly happened at your house.
Oh.
You remember now?
Yeah.
My question is, you told the kids talk therapist that Sam walked in on you and Ray having some type of sexual contact, right?
Yeah.
And you also told the kids talk therapist that your brother Sam punched Ray in the face to stop that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
The question is, you told the kids talk therapist that Sam, your big brother, came into the room that you and Ray were in, correct? And that you were doing a sex act on Ray and Sam punched Ray in the face. You remember telling the kids talk therapist that?
Yes.
And you also recall that you told the kids talk therapist even how you were actually doing the sex act. Do you remember that?
Right, you're talking about like what?
I'll say it a different way. Do you remember demonstrating for the kids talk therapist what you did supposedly in 2021?
What I was demonstrating and yeah.
You remember doing that, correct?
Yeah.
And you demonstrated it, correct?
Yeah, demonstrated.
And you gave the kids talk therapist a lot of details about that 2021 incident, right?
Yeah.
The same way you gave details about the situation involving Ray at your Aunt Mary's house, supposedly, right?
Oh, yeah, when I told him that he was jacking and stuff.
Right. My question is about the details. You gave a lot of details in both of those situations, right?
Yeah.
Right. No further questions, Judge.
Anything, sir? Thank you for stepping out. I think I do want to hear from the mom real quick. Good afternoon, man. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over here. Right here? Yes, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please come towards me, have a seat in the box next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone to your left. Okay? Okay. Tell me your name for the record.
Tiffany Davis.
Miss Davis. Is Soraya Booker your daughter?
Yes, Juan.
How old is your daughter?
12.
What grade is she?
7.
What kind of student is she?
She is.
What kind of grades does she do?
Fair grades like C's and B's.
B's and C's. All right. So you understand the incident that brings you here today, correct?
Yes, Juan.
Have you talked to Soraya about what happened?
Yes, I talked to her several times.
Did you talk to her today?
No, I did not talk to her. I just told her get ready to come to court.
You didn't discuss her testimony?
Not at all.
You didn't tell her what to say?
No.
Tell me about your son. What's his name? The one that came here today? Sam Small Drink. Sam. Tell me about Sam. What kind of, is he in school?
He graduated.
Does he live with you?
Yes.
All right. And did you discuss anything with Sam as it relates to this case?
No, I told him he had a subpoena to go to court.
Did you tell Sam what to say?
No, Your Honor.
You didn't tell Sam to come to court and lie or make up a story with Mr. Bridges?
No, Your Honor.
You didn't do that with Soraya Butler either?
No, Your Honor.
So after this incident happened, you continued to let Soraya go over to that house on Edgewood?
No, Your Honor. She never went back after I found out what happened. She never went back over there.
Okay. How did you find out what happened?
Haley and my daughter Sanaya told me that Soraya had something to tell me. That happened at her Auntie Mary's house.
So you didn't receive a phone call from her on the day of the alleged incident, or the day after?
A phone call.
From Soraya to come pick her up?
I was like, I was coming to pick her up Sunday from the hotel room to pick them up. But I had a flat tire due for me doing DoorDash early that morning. So I couldn't pick them up from the room. So I offered them some money to catch a lift. But
let me ask you this, when is the first time that Soraya told you about something that happened?
This was the first time she told me about something happened this incident.
No, that's what I mean. On what day was it? The pool party was what, on Saturday?
No, it was a weekend. She went with them, with me and Prince on a Friday. She stayed with them all the way to that Sunday.
Okay, and you picked her up when?
I picked her up Sunday night. I left my house like around like 9:30. I got to Edmore about 9:45. When I arrived there, it was
So when you went to go pick her up, Did you go pick her up, understanding that something had happened to her? Or you were just going to regular pick her up?
This one, I still didn't know nothing had happened.
So Soraya has told us that after this happened, she called you to come pick her up. And she told you at that point.
No, I didn't, my daughter mentioned it to me. And then, she said, right, tell me something. So I asked her what she had to tell me or whatever. That's when she started, telling me the situation with the Ravenel incident.
Do you have issues with Soraya telling the truth?
No issue, like, no.
That's what I'm asking. Does she lie a lot?
No.
She doesn't?
No.
Is she easily confused?
Shit, yeah. So no, it's not easy to use. No.
Do you know of any other incidents of the defendant and Soraya?
No.
You didn't hear anything about Sam fighting Mr. Bridges over something that he saw happening between them?
No.
Never heard anything like that?
No. This is the first time you didn't hear anything about Raymond Bridges doing anything like that. I mean, Raymond Reed going to school ever since he was 7, all the way up to 13. He was white and lived in the same home. This is the first time I ever heard something like that. So when I heard it, I was shocked about it. I never heard him about Raymond doing anything like that. I don't.
Any questions based on my questions?
So, have you ever told either Raymond or his mother to her to stop touching on Soraya before?
No.
So Soraya would have said that her mom told him before to stop touching on him, on her. So that the truth or lie.
No, when the kids, when they told me about it, I called Mary Sloan to ask, what Soraya told me, but I never told Mary. I gave her the phone.
Objection, I'm sorry, this is not responsive to what was asked by Sister Council.
So I'm talking about like a previous incident, a couple years ago.
No, this is the first time I'm hearing about something like that.
Okay, so you've never told Raymond to stop touching Soraya before?
The first time. But all this stuff I'm having is the first time I'm hearing about touching, anything at all.
I want to go back to a couple of questions the judge asked you. There was a lot of questioning about what happened after the hotel party. Do you remember those questions?
What happened at the hotel party?
That's correct.
I wasn't there to know what happened.
My question is, you testified about plans to go and get Soraya after the hotel party. Do you remember those answers?
Yeah, I said, she called me, it was checkout time. And, I couldn't come to pick them up because I had a flat tire. I already had a slow week.
So we're talking about Sunday, correct?
Sunday, yes.
So your plan was to come get her Sunday. There was no plan for Soraya to stay over until Monday.
No, school was Monday.
You sure?
Yes.
That Monday wasn't Martin Luther King?
No, it was school Monday because Christian May went to my house with Soraya because he had to go to school. And I came back that Tuesday, the rain comes from pick some more clothes up because she only took enough clothes for him to wear for Monday. Because his birthday, he had a new outfit to wear for Monday, then the clothes that he had on already from Sunday, I washed that out for him to wear to school Tuesday. So I went back to Mia and them house on Airborne to get Christian some more clothes around like 1 o'clock, because they got out of school at 2:40, so I went before they got out of school. Get some more clothes up for Christian.
Do you remember talking to the police about this at the hospital?
When I took Soraya to the hospital, Soraya talked to the police, because I didn't know to tell them anything, because I wasn't there to tell them anything.
My question is, so let me back up. You remember taking Soraya to the hospital, correct?
Yes,
And you were in the same room as her, correct?
yes.
Officers came into the hospital room with you all?
First, down here in the, office and now, yes,
2 white male officers, correct?
yes.
And they spoke to you and Soraya about these allegations, correct?
They asked me, and I told them that this is okay for them to talk to her, because I couldn't tell them nothing, because I was not there to say anything. So, I'll be telling them what she told me, so I let them tell the story, because she was there to tell, come from her mouth. So
Is it your testimony that you did not tell the officers what supposedly happened?
I was, repeating what she told me to help them.
I'm not asking if you were telling officers things from personal firsthand knowledge. That's not my question. My question is, do you remember telling the officers what supposedly happened?
Yes, what was told to me, what was to happen, yes.
You also told the officers that Ray, all of his kids are underage girls, correct?
No, I said that I know of, supposed to be one of his kids that are underage girl, the kids were saying.
So you never said that all his kids are by young kids?
I said all I mean all of them, no, I know all of them ain't are no underage kids.
You know all of his, who? You know all of the children or all of the
No,
children?
I know one of his daughter, he had a son, and that's what they were saying, the son was by a younger age kid, I never met the mother, that's what they were saying.
Do you know his children's name? Well, no, I'm not gonna have that correct. Strike the question. Who all resides in your house?
My son, Demond Davis, Samaj, Soraya, and me, and Barry Butler.
I'm sorry?
And Barry Butler,
Who is Sam Sloan Senior?
that's my kid's father.
And he doesn't live in the house?
No, he stayed at 14711 Glenwood.
So Sam Sloan Senior is not at the house right now.
Yeah, he's there now, he's watching Barry Butler. Because he's constantly impaired while I'm up here at court, but he won't wander off.
Who's cognitively impaired?
Barry Butler, I'm his guardian, so I can't leave him unattended. So I have to have someone there watching him.
So this is the first one of your daughters who made these type of allegations against adults. Is that fair to say?
It's not really.
How's your relationship with Ray's mother?
So, so this point was, so I took care of kids all the way through. They went to school, all of them, at my house.
That doesn't answer my question. How's your relationship with his mother?
How would you think now, after this happened?
You don't get to ask questions. Please answer my question, man. How was your relationship with Sam's mother? I'm sorry, with Ray's mom?
We don't have a relationship like this is going on.
Before that, everything was okay? Have you contacted CPS and made some allegations to them about Mary? This all goes to motive for bias or prior.
But aren't you talking about after this alleged incident?
It could be, but I'm not. But if you don't think it's relevant, I can. That's what I'm saying. I have nothing about it.
Christian May told when his birthday party, everybody was at.
Yes,
When was that birthday party?
on Friday.
On Friday, do you remember the day?
No, I know, it wasn't, his birthday, was on that Monday. So that Friday from that night, on that Monday, that was his, party.
Okay.
Birthday that
Was
was,
his birthday, it's not January 2nd, right?
no, his birthday January 9th, that was on a Monday.
His birthday is January 9th.
Yes, but that Friday, he had a hotel party
Okay,
after his birthday.
so that Friday is the 13th.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
what, that would have been when they went to the hotel,
Yes,
and you would have picked up Soraya and Christian on the 15th? That
yeah,
Sunday?
that's Sunday, yeah, I took them, yes.
Okay, and if I told you that the 16th is Martin Luther King Day, they wouldn't have school the next day, would they?
Judge, she's already answered these questions. She said that no, it wasn't.
She didn't answer these questions.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So they have, whatever, day, that Sunday, the next day was school. Because Christian May went to my house, with me, so,
Kids don't go to school on Martin Luther King Day.
so it wasn't that, day then, so it had to be another, whatever that day was, it wasn't that day then. Whatever day was, Christian went back with me.
How old is Christian?
Christian, like, probably 7 or 9, between that, yeah.
Do you remember, taking Soraya to the hospital?
Yeah, I took her, I made an appointment with a doctor first, but it was so far along, so I took her to urgent care. Urgent care told me they couldn't do CR because of the situation I'm bringing her in. Took her to emergency. So I left there, urgent care, and took her to Beaumont.
And that would have been on January 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. That's Sunday? That is Sunday?
Because,
I told you it's Sunday when that's true, probably.
like, I don't.
Okay, so anyway, she, when did Soraya tell you about this?
It was a couple days from her being from, over there. And she didn't come to me. My daughter, came to me and said, Soraya got something to tell you. I'm not gonna keep it a secret, she got something to tell you. And she was like, hey, like, tell your mama. This serious, tell your mother.
So that would have been sometime between when you picked her up on the 15th and when she went to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay.
Truthful answer is that you were at the hospital on January 31st, right?
I don't remember exactly what day, it's on the discharge date.
So you testified with the prosecutor all about January 22nd, but that's not correct, right?
The exact dates and whatever, I got the paperwork when I took her and every day, the police force, all that.
It's
But
not-
I don't remember exact what dates on the paper and all that.
It sounds like we have a stipulation that she went to the Beaumont and spoke to folks there and officers on January 31st, Judge.
That's correct, Your Honor. I was just looking at the wrong date.
Okay.
Yes.
So your testimony is that your daughter told you that she was sexually assaulted a couple days after it supposedly happened, correct?
Yes.
And she didn't get taken to the hospital until January 31st?
No, the time that, I didn't find out for a couple of days after the incident.
Listen to my question, listen to my question. But we already established now that you brought it to the hospital on January 31st. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And we all agree that this incident supposedly happened on January 15th, correct? All the discussion about Martin Luther King, we just established that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was it was a couple of days before it happened, but I found out, yes.
Okay, so a couple of days, when you said a couple of days, are you talking about 2 or 3?
Three or 4 days, yeah.
So on no later than January 18th, correct? That's when you found out about this?
No, it had to be more long. When I found out, I instantly, I took it, not that, day, I made sure I called the family, trying to see what was going on myself. And then I took her to the, doctor, then I, police and all that.
You say to the doctor, you mean made an appointment with the doctor, like you just testified to, right?
No, I made an appointment with the doctor. Then, at the same time, when the doctor gave me an appointment, way before time, I took her to urgent care.
And then you took it out to Beaumont, correct?
Yeah, because urgent care wouldn't take her. I took her to Vermont, same day.
On January 31st, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we got the dates right. So my question is, you get notice that your daughter was sexually assaulted. You get that notice no later than January 18th.
No, it was that weekend. Cause I took her right then. So I didn't find out until when as soon as I found out, I took it.
So it's more than.
What is this pertinent to, Mr. Graves?
Yeah, she just testified with the prosecutor asking questions that in between the window of January 15th to the 22nd, that's when she found out about this and she took her daughter to the hospital.
So what?
Well, that's not true, Judge. It was between January 15th and January 31st.
Okay.
And the witness testified that she found out about this in her own words, quote, a couple days after January 15th. So a couple days. Okay. So my question is, again, you found out about this. Well, let me back up. So now you're saying that you found out about this on the weekend.
No, as soon as I found out, I instantly,
I'm not asking what you did after you found out. If you don't think it's relevant or you don't need a judge, then I'll leave you alone.
I don't know. Thank you, man. You may step down.
okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, are we ready? People?
Yes, Your Honor, we've heard from multiple witnesses who want to based on one body cam. Who are actually such credibility of witnesses, that's what to do in your role here. Each side of the witnesses, leave it pretty quiet in that.
Ramirez.
I honestly don't even know what to start with this case. I really try not to rant. But just starting from today's testimony, even some of the questions that Sister Counsel asked supports the defense's position in this case, which is the complainant is lying about all of these allegations. I think Sister Counsel specifically asked her using a witness statement if her daughter, what her daughter told the police was true. The witness even says that wasn't true. And that's just one of the many statements that the witness said that contradicts the direct testimony of the complainant. And not even just direct testimony in court, but she told the Kids Talk therapist all of these details, all the allegations, you watched it all. You saw that the witness, Ms. Davis, actually was asking questions and telling them what supposedly happened, even at the hospital.
Okay, so none of that's been presented to the court. I'm gonna state in the four corners of this here.
Well,
I don't know anything about what she told the police officer was on the body camera, anything like that. I don't have it. What was presented in this case?
Well, my understanding was that what Sister Counsel gave you contained the Kids Talk video and the body worn camera footage.
I didn't see the body worn camera footage. I just saw the Kids Talk video.
Okay, well, that's only 10 minutes long, Judge. I would add, but we already stipulated that that would be part of the proofs.
I don't think I need to do it.
Okay. and I try to keep it brief, Judge, but I generally don't take or don't like taking CSCs. I think defendants are unlikable a lot of times, and defenses, I think sometimes can be unethical, even if you're doing what you're supposed to do as a lawyer. This case is 100% different. I think that I don't see any difference to what has happened to Mr. Bridges in this case than 1940s Jim Crow South type of criminal justice stuff. You have a person that was able to make some allegations that were, in my opinion, demonstrably false. And all you had to do was follow up and talk to some witnesses, do basically all the things that a normal person, a reasonably cautious person, would do in a situation like that. The prosecutor has presented no evidence to suggest that they did anything other in this case than talk to the complaining witness, and that was it. The complainant, who is not 7 or 8, she's 12. So I understand and I appreciate that this complainant is young, but the 12-year-old is not the same thing as a 6 or 7-year-old witness. Now, Your Honor knows that. You've been on the bench long enough to practice law. So you know the difference. This 12-year-old understands the difference between right and wrong, between the truth and the lie. Even her testimony from today was markedly different than what she testified to the last time we were in court, specifically in regards to this alleged incident with all the details that she forgot, including some type of assault on Mr. Bridges by her brother, who also testified today that none of that happened. The government didn't present anything from the officer in charge, any type of statements from my client, any video showing that he made any type of incriminating statements, anything like that. The officer in charge didn't testify. I believe that I asked about getting the officer in charge to testify, and I don't remember if I put an offer of proof on the record then, but the officer would have testified that there was no self-incriminating statements over the course of this hour and a half or whatever long interrogation, because the allegations just aren't true, Judge. You heard from my witnesses the last time we were in court on the 13th, Zamarian, EJ, Mia, Uncle Walt, and Samson Sloan Jr. I'm not going to go through every single detail of their testimony, but I did just want to make, just for completeness of the record. Well, I don't need to. I think Your Honor knows what the witnesses testified to. I think that under the Anderson standard, you have to, assess credibility by the witness, and I think the testimony speaks for itself.
Okay, so I purposely took a lot of time with this case. I heard from an exorbitant amount of witnesses because this is very important. It's very important to Soraya Butler. It's very important to the defendant, Raymond Bridges. So I didn't want to make any hasty decisions. I wanted to hear from as many witnesses that I felt would give me an understanding of what took place or what didn't take place. And what I come away with is that there's not too many of the witnesses on either side that I believe. I think everybody was lying to some extent. The only person that I found was credible was the uncle, who was supposedly in the bedroom watching Wednesday, or was it Tuesday, whatever the name of the movie is, Wednesday, watching Wednesday. He acknowledged that at some point in time he got out and he left the bedroom to go take a smoke on the porch. That was the only time he ever really left the bedroom. The court considers the age and maturity of the witness, the essential witness, Soraya Butler, who alleges that Mr. Bridges did these things to her. And even with that, considering her age and maturity, there was a lot of inconsistencies in her testimony. She testified here today, when she testified the first time in her kids talk video. I didn't even see the body cam footage, but there were a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of detailed inconsistencies. One thing we know about the truth is that the truth doesn't change, but her story changes a lot. It changed a lot throughout the testimony. And, you know, it's very difficult for this court because I shudder to think that these things really did happen. She comes forward and God forbid nobody believes her. I think that would be a horrible outcome. It would be even worse for this to all be made up and Mr. Bridges faces trial and potential jail for something that he didn't do. Quite frankly, Soraya Butler's testimony is unreliable. It's unreliable because I can't figure out the truth from fiction. Right down to the point when she testified here today, because I was present and I was listening to what she said took place on another occasion. And it was all news to her from her standpoint today, but she testified quite credibly at that time, at least I thought it was. So I don't understand how that was the truth, how it changes today. So that being said, I cannot in good conscience find that the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to these charges contained in the complaint form. And this court is very sensitive to young folk that come before charged with making these kinds of allegations. And I give them every benefit of the doubt, but the story was too wild and out there for me to find that this witness was credible, even though she gave some very grave detail that I wouldn't expect a child to know. But there's some issues here, and if she really did make the story up, she needs counseling, severe counseling. So the court is going to dismiss this matter.
Judge, before the order is entered, I would ask for a slight modification of the protective order concerning the evidence in this case. Mr. Bridges needs some protection from the people involved in this case, or at least some of the people involved in the case. He's not able to do that effectively under the current protective order because it precludes him from talking to other magistrates, other judges about the substance of the allegations in the kid talk video and also the body cam video. So I have no interest in disseminating this information. I will be willing to sign the order, and I'm sure my client does not want to disseminate the kids talk video or the body cam video of her statement.
We shouldn't have it in this possession.
He doesn't. But I would like a modification of it insofar as he can talk to other judicial, either whether it be a magistrate or another judge, about what was said about him.
I'm not sure what Mr. Burton Harris is getting at, whether he's talking about some civil litigation that he might consider here. But Judge, Mr. Burton Harris, it's my understanding, filed or signed a Kids Talk Protective Order. That Kids Talk Protective Order requires him to delete any copies of the digital copy that he received after this case is over. This court has dismissed this case. He, in accordance with that order of this court, is required to delete any copy of that Kids Talk Protective Order he has.
And that was the second issue that I was actually I just forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me that the portion that requires me to delete it or destroy it, I would ask that district. I can be on the order not to share it with anybody and publicly. Well, just for the exact same reason I just told you, Judge. I mean, he's not gonna go to.
Give me some detail as to what you.
So he wants to get a personal protection order against the mother, Ms. Davis. So he wants to be able to talk about what actually occurred and what was said. I would like to hold on to those videos and not disseminate them or share them with anybody. But in case that specific judicial officer wants more or wants to see video, I'll be able to have them. I just don't want to destroy them because I don't know how long, frankly, the prosecutor is going to keep them.
Well, Judge, with respect to that, we retain these videos as part of our policy, and frankly, I think statute requires us to retain these videos. If Mr. Bridges goes to a personal protection order, judge requires and requests that, and that judge can reach out to our office, we can work that out. There's no reason that Mr. Bridges or Mr. Burton Harris should have a copy or any copy of this video, Kids Talk video, after today. All right, and I'm asking the court to order that order as he signed it remains in effect.
And as in further protection, we have this here itself, which is aired on YouTube as well, and I don't delete the videos.
That's fine, Judge. Then I'll govern myself according to the order that's in place.
All right.
Thank you.
gentlemen.
No, so, thank you.
Mr. Burns here to be the state of
Yeah, you can
Okay.
Did you order?
No, no.
Perfect. Oh, sorry.
Okay, up to 61.
61.
Yeah. They said, call this number. I figure you are using your credit card. Oh, okay. That's only if you wanted to call your card. Uh-huh.
Did you get this?
I did. Mhm.
All right. This should be the show.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yes, sir.
Let me see.
Judge, excuse me. For the grounds, is insufficient evidence or you need insufficient evidence?
Do we know if it was witnesses on that 12?
There you go. Yes, sir. Thanks. All right, check it.
Okay.
So do we know what we doing with the case or we taking a break? Okay.
March 13th. Yeah, I wasn't there.
So there's no weaknesses that was on the 12 o'clock.
Oh, I see.
It's Kiera. Who's the prosecutor on that one?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Kiera, were there any witnesses?
No, I don't have any witnesses.
Okay. So.
We drain out.
She probably has witness. She might have witness.
I got somebody in every witness.
It's very.
I was in there again and see what I had everybody in witness.
Yeah, she knows.
I don't think.
Oh, I'm fine.
Let's say it again.
Tomorrow. And then that's right. So.
On 12 o'clock.
Well, if it's no witnesses, we might be done. So.
Let me go and check.
Check with Miss. She went to go look for Miss Drain.
Okay.
I'm not talking to anyone about.
Right.
Court.
Okay.
I get you.
I was making sure.
Yeah, no, I know, she was speaking very soft.
Yeah, I know,
But I did,
but it worked out.
yeah.
Thank you. All right, have a good one. All right, I see y'all
You
later.
gonna wait on your dismissal?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you already brought it up. Actually, I won't there.
I'm still finished.
I'll wait. Hasten that, watch this space. 4 hours of sleep.
Hello? Well, for- okay, we'll be out. All right. Oh, the prosecutors didn't want to take a copy?
No, they don't want to copy that.
They love.
I'll make sure they want.
She's nowhere to be found.
That's right.
Yeah, I went all the way down the hallway. I know she went in a witness room.
She'll be back up. She know she got.
But you didn't believe me, so.
Yes, I did.
All right, y'all good. I appreciate y'all. With my
Well, on
client.
the other case,
My client is
the
free.
Mitchell case, they ready to go.
On the mental.
The 12:30.
He probably gonna tell them, we probably gonna take notes, cause just call me out here. I ain't doing it. When y'all going to do it?
What's that now?
Did you get a pizza with no cheese, no sauce, no meat, no vegetables?
It's already done
no
there?
bread?
I got a veggie pizza with no cheese.
Okay.
And then I got a half and half, of meatloaf and pepperoni. And then he wanted barbecue chicken.
Do the pizza with no cheese have sauce on it?
Got that, I don't know.
I don't care.
I'll eat it anyway, just because it's free.
I can't eat pizza with sauce on
That's right.
it.
We'll make the sauce, please.
I'm just messing with you. I really can't eat it.
So it's downstairs now or something or what?
Beth, you know the number upstairs to call just to see if he called tell them Jed's out there, see if he called
I know, I can text them.
you gonna go up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go with you.
You gonna call Miss Strange?
Sure.
I'm gonna go down.
I wonder if she went to another floor, because all our witness room is taken up. We just want to, what's up, you come here? Gotta put that on read.
Now, they usually be out front.
You know, keep that on read all the time.
I guess this door or what, the front?
No, they usually come to the front, or, you know, the side.
On the side. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are y'all breaking for lunch? My exam spend the noon here at Geiger. Finding out, showing up, okay, no.
Yeah, but the guy doesn't have an attorney and.
Well, I was saying, we're not saying we're taking over.
But now, okay.
Yeah, one dismissal is going to be. Okay, calling case 2355994 for State Mission versus Kiera Geiger. Defendant charged in count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 weapons, firearms, careless discharge causing injury or death, count 3 felony firearm, count 4 felony firearm, count 5 domestic violence. Here's the record.
Good afternoon, Kirsten Kelly, I have people, P8395.
Good afternoon, Judge, to you and your staff. My name is Robert Harris, P number 843. I am the new attorney of record for Ms. Geiger after the untimely passing of Attorney Gary Jones, who was her prior counsel.
I appreciate you, counsel. Thank you very much. What's your name, young lady?
Kiera, Geiger.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, people cannot proceed. We have gone out into the hallway and called for the complainant's name. This case was scheduled for noon. It is now 1:21. And at this time, without a complainant, we cannot proceed.
There's no reason for me to be here or use it so this matter. So I will move for dismissal.
So the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I appreciate you. Here's Ms. Drain now.
Yeah.
Was that what?
10/26/95. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I am on the 12:30 Michael Mitchell. Hearing. It is going to be held. Are you planning on doing it after the lunch break?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Roughly, I guess you know what time, just in case I.
So we're going to be right till 2:30.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, no.
Our last case is agenda.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Joe Ross.
That's Ms. Drain.
Ms. Drain,
Yes, I'm here.
this did Gary Jones case. Ms. Geiger, it was dismissed, no witness.
All right, thank you very much.
We had an APA stand in for you.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh.
It's on 1:30. Ms. Drain.
She's not really, she'd be back.
Oh, okay. My witnesses must have shown.
Time to eat. Sorry. Yeah, we got hungry since this morning. What's this? I good one. I don't know.
Hey, Judge.
Yes.
Before we had to get started, the attorney Payne that here for 1:30. They're gonna be called, I don't know, need the transport people. Go there, to a box, so. Well, you know, I'm done, possibly, you know, I thought everybody was. But you're not here.
I think this is yours. Here you go.
He said coffee just don't fit together.
I'm definitely good. Thank you, Judge.
I'm gonna just, give him both of them.
Thank you.
You don't need one because he.
Okay, all right, good. All right, y'all take care. Yeah.
So I did half and half on your chicken pizza. One half got onions on it there. One half don't.
Just sip up at one time.
Oh, yeah.
Say, mark it so you'll know. I wanna see what his veggie looks like. But yeah, we can have-
Oh, honey, new and
Back to our registration program. Michael Mitchell. Calling case 2355995, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Kevin Mitchell, also known as Devin Daquan Mitchell. Been discharged from count 1 criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree force over coercion. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Kirsten, or sorry, good afternoon, Kirsten Kelly, I have people, P83952.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, Jonathan Roberts, P86428, on behalf of Mr. Mitchell, who is present in court today. Mr. Mitchell, could you please state your name for the court?
Michael Mitchell. Is the date and time set for preliminary examination? Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
1, Your Honor. The people call Ms. Shyla Glenn.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with the spots there. Hold that microphone to your mouth, speak directly into that voice. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Glenn, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Shyla Glenn, SHYLAGLEN.
Thank you. And Ms. Glenn, did you previously, or yes, where have you previously worked? Please say it a little bit louder.
Joe Porter's manager.
And when did you stop working there?
Around August.
August of what year?
2020.
And why did you stop working?
Because I was inappropriately touched by a coworker.
Can you explain, I guess, starting the day that that happened, like what time, if you remember going to work, that
every day I went to work at 9:30.
and you said a coworker. What was that coworker's name?
Michael Mitchell.
And was he working that day too?
Yes.
And how did your shift begin?
Really don't remember.
That's okay. So was there a time where you and Mr. Mitchell were alone?
Yes.
What happened during that time?
I was going to take a lunch break and Michael was following me to the back. He tried to reach out for a hug, but I was a little bit confused and he kissed me.
Had anything?
Kissed me on the neck.
Kissed you in the neck?
Had anything like that happened before?
No.
And what happened after he tried to hug you and kiss you on the
I walked away and proceeded to wash my hands. And then he came back again to kiss me, to rub it in, and then he kissed me on the field
What do you mean by rub it in?
with his hand.
Where on, or I guess what on your body did he touch with his hand?
My neck, where he kissed.
Okay. And then as you were washing your hands, did anything else happen?
Yes, he touched the right side of my neck as he walked away the third time.
And during any of this, did Mr. Mitchell say anything?
The only thing he said was when he trying to rub in the kiss from what he did the first time, he said, or are you trying to wash it off?
You said what? I didn't hear you.
Let me rub it in, or are you trying to wash it off?
And after he approached you the second time, how did you feel?
I felt very violent and weird. Didn't know what was really happening.
Would you say that you were caught off guard or surprised by these actions?
Yes.
And where is Joe Porter's clothing store?
It's on Grasher and Shane.
Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And is that in the county, Wayne County?
Yes.
And the person that you said as your coworker, Michael Mitchell, do you see him here in the courtroom today? If you need to stand, you can.
Yes.
Okay, can you just state where he's seated and the color of shirt he's wearing?
On the right side in the white shirt.
Thank you. Let the record reflect this with this identification of the defendant.
So
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor? No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Glenn. I'm just gonna be asking you some questions. If you ever need me to repeat anything or slow down, just let me know, okay? So after this incident, you said it was around late August, right?
Yes.
The day after you went to the police station to report it,
Yes.
and you spoke with an officer.
Yes.
And maybe about a week or so after that, you went in again to get a kind of formal interview.
Yes, I was just trying to see what the process was going to be, as far as that statement and everything.
And both times you did manage to speak with an officer.
Yes.
And both times you gave statements about what happened.
Yes.
And it's been about 6, 7 months since the incident occurred, right?
About right, yes.
Okay. And when you were giving those statements, is it fair to say you were being truthful, accurate?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure you told the officers everything that happened?
Yes.
I want to talk about when you spoke with those officers where you said Mr. Mitchell touched you. You had told the officers that he had not touched you on your butt, but on your right thigh, correct?
No, on the side of my butt cheek, kind of mid thigh, upper thigh area.
So like upper thigh?
No, it was on the butt, on the side. I was trying to explain to them where the area was.
And you did provide, is it a written statement when you went in? And you'd be familiar with a copy of that statement if I showed it to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to approach closing counsel witness in turn with what will be marked defense aid for identification purposes.
Okay.
So Ms. Glenn, does that look like the written statement that you provided to the police?
Yes.
And if you could just look through it quickly, I'll make sure it's a fair, accurate representation. Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
The version that had highlights on it. Okay, so I would just note that the version that he handed her has highlights that weren't there because of her.
Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Glenn, if you want to turn to the second page and then just read silently as I read aloud, the highlighted portion, starting on.
You can't do that. That's an out of court statement. For the truth of mind, if you have some questions about the statement, or if you're trying to impeach her about or bring out an inconsistent statement, you can do that, but you can't read the statement.
So specifically, Your Honor, this is an inconsistent statement. I'm using this to impeach. I'm not using this for.
You have to ask her about the statement itself first.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Ms. Glenn, is it correct that you had written to the police when you were giving your statement that Mr. Mitchell smacked the side of you, not your butt, but the side, like he wanted to smack your butt? Did you write those?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Okay.
And Ms. Glenn, about how often would you work with Mr. Mitchell? Was it kind of every day or?
Every day.
Okay. And what types of responsibilities would you all be doing together?
You know, customer service and keeping us clean.
Were there times where you might help, for example, Mr. Mitchell ring up sales for closing, things like that?
I would do ring up sales for him.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell, is it true, had actually taken you home a few times from work?
Yes. As to the relevance of.
So sorry, could you repeat that? Had Mr. Mitchell taken you home a few times?
Yes.
And was that while you were alone with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to this incident in August, had there ever been any sexual contact or that you reported or?
No.
And at the time, you had a partner, correct?
Yes.
And that partner, in fact, worked with you at some point at the location?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell knew that you had a partner?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell had, in fact, spoken to your partner, talked with the partner before?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Glenn. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Glenn, can you, I guess, clarify for me what you meant in your written statement about him touching like the side of your butt? What did you mean when you wrote that?
When I was at the sink and he came the third time to kiss me, and then as he was walking away, he touched the side of my butt.
By the side of your butt, do you still mean a part of your butt?
Yes.
This may be a little awkward, but it's necessary. Can you stand up and show me where exactly he touched you? Okay, so for the record, the witness has put her right hand on the right side of her buttocks.
And Ms. Glenn, what was your health like during this time?
In what way?
Did you have any obvious to the defendant health things going on?
Not that anyone knew at the time.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
No request, Your Honor.
Now, at the time that he touched you, were you standing still or were you moving?
I was standing still, washing my hands.
Did you say anything to him when you did that?
No,
Did you say anything to him when he kissed you?
no.
Did you push away or anything?
As I was washing my hands, I stepped to the side.
How old are you?
19 now?
19. You were 18 at the time? Yes.
Yes.
Questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You may sit. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
None for defense, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, at this time, the people would reserve any argument for rebuttal. We believe that we have met the burden of probable cause.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, we are objecting to the bond over moving to dismiss the one count of CSC in the 4th degree. So the central issue here is the touching of, was it her butt, the side of her butt, because under Michigan law, it would have to be the butt. It could not be the neck, the kissing, not speaking to the appropriateness of those touchings. But for CSC, we do have to determine where exactly Ms. Glenn was touched. The problem is that when she provided statements to the police twice, I do believe that she did provide some demonstration as to where. I would just note for the record, when handed her statement, and while I was going through the impeachment, specifically I asked her what words she had mentioned, and those words were that Mr. Mitchell smacked the side, not my butt, but the side of it like he wanted to smack my butt. Now, I understand that that is a particular nuance. I just want to note that it's been 6 or 7 months since the incident, and I'm not expecting Ms. Glenn to perfectly remember exactly what happened. I do expect that when she's writing that written statement, that she is being honest and truthful, and if she's saying specifically in that statement, not my butt, but like he wanted to touch my butt, that should be strongly considered. I also want to note in terms of when we are talking about force or coercion, I don't think that, I believe Your Honor had specified in questioning, was there any statement as to, I do not want this contact, I don't consent to this contact, I'm uncomfortable with this contact. That does go to whether or not there is force or coercion. And specifically because there seems to have been multiple encounters throughout this very short period, I don't know that surprise really serves as a bar or a benchmark to talk about force or coercion under the statute. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are again moving to dismiss the one count, because even if you take the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, I do think that Ms. Glenn's statements themselves do speak to where she was touched. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it's pretty obvious that there was no actual impeachment done in this case. There was no inconsistent statement made. Ms. Glenn was very clear that it was the side of her butt, like he wanted to touch the whole part of her butt, but it was the side of her butt. She demonstrated that up there. It's in her statement. There's no conflicting statement as to where he touched her. Second of all, force doesn't need her to say no. We have a man in his 60s and a teenage girl. trying to move away, wash her hands, and yet he continues to follow her, kisses her neck different times during this. She stated that she was surprised during this, which is sufficient force under criminal jury instruction 20.24. Further, under 20.24, it's enough force for a victim to feel like that the actor or the defendant is seizing control of the situation. That's clearly what was done here by a coworker following her and continuing to come up towards her. So based on that, people have the burden and ask for a bond.
Okay, so I have an 18-year-old little girl and a 60-plus old gentleman who, for whatever reason, thinks it's okay to come on to an 18-year-old, even though he's old enough to be a grandfather. The witness, so far as this court can tell, did not provide inconsistent testimony. Maybe a matter of semantics when she's talking about the side of her butt, but that's why the court had her stand up and show the court exactly where he allegedly touched her. The thing is, I don't find that there was anything about her testimony that was incredible. I find her testimony to be very credible. The only question remains is whether conduct that was exhibited here is criminal sexual conduct in the fourth degree. It by using force or coercion to have some sexual contact with the complainant. So again, this older gentleman touches this young girl from behind without her consent. Caught her by surprise, and that's why she acted in the manner in which she did by going to the police about it. The court is satisfied that people have proper cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Local to Wayne County Third Circuit for criminal provisions of proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 14th, 2023 at 9:00 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Have a good day, Mr. Raymond.
Have a seat, you'll be sitting in the black chair.
Ready for him, sir?
Yes.
Did you have a sheet?
How you doing? All right, it's Friday. The last show on time. Call case 2355802 for the state of Michigan versus Juan Ramirez. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an addition for the fourth offense of appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake with the People, P number 60249. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sharon Payne, appearing on behalf of Mr. Ramirez, Number 38749, Mr. Ramirez is in court.
Tell us your name, sir.
Juan Ramirez.
And
We have an interpreter for my client.
tell me your name, sir.
Eric Isley,
Spell the last name for me.
Heisley.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability? Thank you, sir. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
I have one witness.
And for you?
At this time, the people would call Liliana Barajas.
Sir, please tell me your name. Ricardo Cáceres. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And your name for the record now?
Liliana Araceli Barajas.
Liliana Araceli Barajas.
Okay, please have a seat. The spot is right next to me. Sir, you can come stand behind her.
Yes, I will.
Okay, that works. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record. Liliana Araceli Barajas. All right, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat something, please let me know. Okay. I want to bring your attention back to the date of March 1st of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Where were you on that date?
In mi casa, en Martin,
I was at my house
en la Martin.
on Martin.
Okay, and where specifically is your house located? What is your address?
¿Cuál es su dirección?
Ahora mi dirección es 17145 Road.
My address now is 17145 Rose Street.
Okay, and what was your address on March 1st?
¿Y cuál era su dirección en primero de marzo?
4958 Martin.
5958
58.
Martin.
4958 Martin.
And is that, thank you, is that in the city of Detroit and the county of Wayne?
Yes, I.
In Detroit.
Detroit. Yes.
Okay. And did you live there alone or with anyone else?
Usted vivía ahí solo o con alguien más?
Con Juan Ramirez.
With Juan Ramirez.
Okay, and who is Juan Ramirez to you?
He is Juan Ramirez, I would say.
Not me, correct?
What my companion?
What kind of relationship did you have with
¿Qué clase de relación tenía usted con él?
your husband?
My boyfriend.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and did anything happen on that day at your home with Mr. Ramirez?
Y algo pasó en esa fecha con el señor Juan Ramírez. Yes, that's it.
Okay, do you see Mr. Ramirez in the courtroom here today?
Usted ve al señor Ramírez en el tribunal ahora.
Sí.
Yes, over there.
And what is he wearing today?
Y que cómo está vestido. I cannot see him from here.
You can stand up.
Puede pararse.
Trae una camiseta blanca con
White underwear
y una como verde oscura.
and something like dark green.
Okay, all right, thank you. Your Honor, please let this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Juan Ramirez.
So noted.
Thank you. Can you tell us what happened on that day between, did anything happen on that day between yourself and Mr. Ramirez?
Algo sucedió ese día en que usted
Sí, bueno, una discusión fuerte porque yo los mensajes.
Yes, we had a strong discussion because I was checking on his phone and I found some messages.
Y que estaba engañándome y utilizándome para propósitos que beneficiaran a él.
And I saw that he was having some relationships and he was cheating on me with something that was to his benefit.
Okay. And so did you ask Mr. Ramirez about what you found?
Y usted le preguntó al señor Ramírez en cuanto a lo que encontró.
Sí, pero él me contestó agresivamente, me arrebató el teléfono.
Yes, but he answered me in an aggressive way and he snatched the phone away from me.
Y me dijo que con qué derecho le revisaba el teléfono.
And he asked me, with what right are you checking on my phone?
Dije, con el derecho que me da que yo lo manteniendo cuando me necesitaba el teléfono.
With the right of the fact that I was supporting him, I was paying all the bills, and I was paying his phone.
All right, and what happened after that?
¿Qué pasó?
Nos separamos un tiempito de su cuarto, no me acuerdo porque no dormíamos juntos.
We went our separate ways. He went to his room, I went to my room because we didn't sleep in the same room.
Okay, and did anything else happen that day?
Algo más sucedió ese día.
Después él fue a hablar conmigo, a decirme que me durmiera, que me enfermara.
Then he went to talk to me, and he told me to go to sleep, to calm down.
Y que empezamos a discutir más fuerte.
And we started stronger discussions.
Y yo le dije que me iba a ir de la casa.
I told him that I was going to leave the house.
Tenía todas mis cosas ya listas en el plano de la puerta.
I had all my stuff ready by the door.
Y él me dijo que no, que me iba a dejar salir.
And he told me no.
Y
I'm not going to allow
me
you,
pelo. Y me pegó.
allow you to leave.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. There was two people talking at the same time and I could not hear the verbal witness.
You have to speak up louder too, so court reporter can hear you.
But they please speak up. And slow down.
Let's try it.
Okay, so can you explain again, what happened after Mr. Ramirez came to your room?
Quiero que de nuevo diga qué sucedió. Entonces, cuando el señor Ramírez vino a su cuarto.
Empezamos a discutir
We started discussing, arguing.
y me dijo que ya estaba harto,
He told me that he
que
was fed up
no me iba a ir
and that I was not about to leave.
y pues me lo voy.
And that's when he hit me.
Okay, where did he hit you?
¿A dónde le pegó?
Me golpeó y me destruyó en la pared.
He took me by the hair and threw me against the wall.
Excuse me 1 second. Sir, are you interpreting? I don't see you saying anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of new to this, and since he can hear him through the thing, I thought that I can interpret everything that he's also saying.
And that's the whole purpose of you being here, so he can understand what's going on.
I'm sorry. I asked him.
Unless he can understand the English that's being spoken. Do you understand English, sir?
I do understand it, but I haven't, in case that I don't understand, because I get nervous, I would ask him, or if it's okay for you, if no, he can translate everything for me.
I'm sorry, I just misunderstood because we can hear the interpretation of the speaker, so I thought he would understand. Sorry about that.
Okay, but he's interpreting in English. So if you can't understand English, you need to hear Spanish.
I have a moment. Ready. Thank you. Okay, you stated that Mr. Ramirez grabbed your hair, is that right?
Yes.
And he slammed you against what?
Against the frame of the door.
And do you know what that was made out of? What kind of material?
Which decided to demonstrate.
Wood. Okay. And were you injured by that?
I'm sorry?
Were you injured by that event?
Yes, so it's not drug usage.
Yeah.
I got damage to my face. As a matter of fact, we have some pictures that I gave you.
Objection, Your Honor, to anything other than explaining what the damage was. Everything else is irrelevant.
I'm not understanding the objection. What's the relevance?
The relevancy, my objection to pictures that I gave you. There's been no pictures introduced into evidence, and I think it's improper for the witness to bring that up.
I'll give Ms. Drain some latitude. She may introduce those pictures or perhaps some follow-up questions about them. I'll take your objection and your advice.
Did you have to seek any medical attention? No, porque en este momento estaba en shock y estaba sola.
Not because, no, because at that moment I was in shock and I was all by myself.
Why were you in shock?
I'm sorry.
Why were you in shock?
Objection calls for medical.
What caused her?
Shock.
That she's in shock?
Shock is medical. It's a diagnosis.
She can tell us if she's in shock over.
Why were you in shock?
Porque estaba en shock.
Porque me sentía
como triste, yo tengo problemas de pánico,
I felt sad, I have panic problems,
de depresión,
I also have depression,
tengo también problemas de bipolaridad.
I also have bipolar problems,
Y estaba yo como una crisis en ese momento,
and I was in a crisis at that moment.
porque yo no podía entender cómo una persona que decía que me quería y que me
Because
amaba,
I couldn't understand how a person who was claiming that he loved me and that he worshipped me,
por la que yo hacía todo para él,
for whom I was doing everything for him,
él estaba planeando dañarme y me estuviera haciendo.
he was planning on hurting me, and he will continue hurting me.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'm just gonna ask another question. So was your face injured as a result of being slammed into the side of the door?
Yes,
How was your face damaged or injured?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
How was your face damaged or injured?
Muy mal porque hasta la fecha no he podido hacer no me he podido recuperar.
Very bad, because to the point I have not been able to recover myself, I have not been able to work.
Principalmente pues a lo mejor ya mis heridas están sanadas de fuera,
Maybe my problems have healed on the outside.
pero lo que es interiormente estoy demasiado dañada, que estoy en tratamiento psicológico.
But my inner self is so hurt and so harmed that I am under psychological treatment.
En caso de eso no puedo salir ni nada porque el medicamento que me dan es muy fuerte y
And
tomar
for that reason, I cannot go out due to the fact that the medication that they give me is pretty strong.
y me la paso prácticamente dormida 24 horas.
And I spend practically asleep 24 hours a day.
Okay. Was there any physical damage to your face?
Había un daño físico, así claro.
Sí, moretes y en mi mano.
Yes, on my hand and also on my face, bruises.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I handed you 2 documents. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
What are those documents?
Las fotos que me tomó mi hija, la primero,
The pictures that my daughter took on
a las 8 de la mañana.
first of the month at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Después de que pasó, se llevaron a él cuando se dio.
After he was taken away at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, I want you to look at the first picture.
Quiero que vean lo primero.
What is that specifically a picture of?
I'm sorry.
What is that specifically a picture of?
¿Qué es exactamente esa fotografía?
Cuando fue la parte que me dejaron, me volvió a hacer.
That's exactly what happened after he took me by the hair and he slammed me against the frame of the door.
What does that picture show?
Y que muestra esa fotografía. Bruises.
Where are the bruises?
¿Dónde están los moretones?
En la parte de la
part of my cheek and my head.
Okay. And when were those pictures taken?
Cuando tomaron esas fotos.
El día primero, a las 8 de la mañana, que llegó mi hija, cuando pude llamar.
On the first of the month, when my daughter came, so that I had called her to come.
Okay. Was it the same day that this happened to you?
Fue eso el mismo día que le sucedió esto a usted.
Sí.
Yes.
Más tarde.
But later.
Okay, thank you. Is that picture an accurate representation of what you looked like on that day?
Esa fotografía es una representación exacta de cómo se veía usted ese día. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Now could you look at the second picture? Do you recognize that picture?
Reconoce esa fotografía.
What
Yes.
is, what is that a picture of?
Y que
Mi mano, mi mano fue cuando salimos.
that's my hand when we
Y me
got
puso
out
para
of
atrás.
and we put me outside.
Y mi mano quedó hacia atrás y él cerró la puerta.
My hand was behind and he closed the door.
Y me quería hacer me estaba obligando a salir, pero él no estaba chequeando, no sé si estaba chequeando que me estaba puchando mi mano.
He was trying to force me out,
Y yo le dije que me
but
estaba lastimando.
maybe he didn't see that he was hurting my hands, and I was telling him that he was hurting me.
Y él dijo que iba a hablar a la policía.
He said that he was going to call the police
Porque se supone que yo no podía estar cerca.
because it was supposed that he could not be close to me.
Okay, all right, let me stop you right there. You're talking about the injury to your hand. So did that happen at the exact same time as the injury to your face?
Eso sucedió exactamente al mismo tiempo que sufrió el daño en su cara.
Al mismo tiempo, a la hora.
Not at the same time, that happened about an hour after.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So after the incident happened in your room,
Después de que el incidente sucedió en su cuarto,
you said you were going to leave, is that right?
usted dijo que usted se iba a ir, ¿es cierto?
Yo antes de que pasara el incidente dije que me iba a ir.
Before the incident, I told him that I was going to leave.
Cuando pasa lo de la cara, él se va a su cuarto.
When the incident about the face took place, then he went to his room.
Después regresó conmigo a decirme que quería hablar conmigo,
Then he came back and he told me that he wanted to talk to me,
que me relajara.
that for me to relax.
Se fue a la sala,
He went to the living room.
se estaba tomando un té.
He was drinking a cup of tea.
Ya, cuando íbamos caminando por afuera,
As we were walking toward the outside,
fue que él me puchó y mi mano quedó así y empezó a cerrar la
he
puerta.
was going to push me, and then that's when my hand was behind and he started pushing the door.
Y me dijo que me fuera porque iba a hablar a la
He
policía,
told me to leave because he was going to call the police,
porque yo no podía estar con él.
because I was not allowed to be with him.
Y le dije que porque me iba a
Okay,
ir.
let me stop you for a minute. So you're walking together and then he's pushing you against the door?
Entonces ustedes iban caminando a la par y él la empujó en la puerta, hacia la puerta.
Sí, él estaba en la por dentro y yo por fuera y me puchó.
Yes, he was inside and I was toward the outside and then he pushed me.
Okay. And that's how that's how you got the injury to your arm?
Entonces fue
Cuando me
tuvo los
puchó,
golpes en contra de su.
yo le decía que me estaba lastimando
I was telling him that he was hurting me.
Y él dijo que iba a hablar que me fuera, que iba a hablar a la policía.
I'm going to call the police.
Y le dije que no fuera tonto, que iba a hacer daño él mismo.
And I told him, don't be a fool. You
Porque
wanna
la
hurt
casa
yourself.
era mía.
Because that's my house. That
Yo,
was my house.
yo rentaba, yo pagaba renta
I
y
was
todo.
renting that house. I was paying everything.
Objection, Your Honor. A little repetitious, we've been through this. The question was what happened? And this is not responsive. It's going into a soliloquy.
Okay.
So, the picture that you described as the injury to your arm, was that picture an accurate representation of what your arm looked like that day?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit people to exhibit 1 and 2.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the second picture of the horse, she did not say that I heard who took that picture and when it was taken. With respect.
Does
to
that
the
matter
first
so long
picture,
as it's an accurate representation of what our arm looked like at the time?
But there's a foundation issue. When it was taken, who took it, what were the circumstances, what was the time?
I don't need to know who took it, or
None
what
of
the
that was
circumstances are.
so that's the basis of my objection.
Admit it, may proceed.
Thank you, and I published those pictures to the court.
Can I see those, please?
Did you or Mr. Ramirez leave the home that day?
Él salió con la policía y yo me quedé. Él dice, me llevó la policía al estado y yo me quedé.
The police came and arrested him and I stayed.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you. Ms. Barajas, my name is Sharon Payne, and I represent Mr. Ramirez. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. And if you do not understand a question, let me know, okay? Have to say yes or no. Mr. Interpreter, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because I understand that the microphone is a bit away from you and you're wearing a mask, but I'm having a hard time hearing your answers, okay?
We have the same problem. We have difficulty understanding you too.
All right. I think I'm speaking pretty loud at this point. Do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Perfect. Ms. Barajas, you went over to the address on Martin Street on March 1st of this year, correct?
Señorita Barajas, usted fue a la dirección de Martin Street el 1 de marzo. That's where I live.
Did you go over there on March 1st?
Fue usted allí el 1 de marzo.
Estaba yo ahí porque el 28, porque yo llegué de trabajar.
I was there and I was there since the 28th because that's where I live.
And the 28th of what month?
El 28 de qué mes?
Febrero de 2023.
February 2023.
You went into my client's bedroom when he was sleeping and took his phone, did you not?
Usted mencionó que usted entró a donde mi cliente mientras él dormía y tomó su teléfono. No.
You went into his bedroom and took his phone and started going through it, did you not?
Usted fue, agarró el teléfono de él y comenzó a revisarlo. ¿No es eso cierto?
No, mi teléfono estaba en la mesa del living room y yo lo agarré de ahí porque son similares los teléfonos.
The telephone was at the table on the living room. I took it because the Telephones are similar.
So it was his telephone that you took, yes?
Fue su teléfono el que usted agarró. His phone.
His phone, yes?
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Ramirez's phone, yes?
El teléfono del señor Ramírez.
Sí, el que usa.
Yeah, the one that he uses.
You did not ask his permission to go through his phone, did you?
Él no te dio permiso para que revisara su teléfono, ¿verdad?
No.
No,
Mr. Ramirez was not in the room when you picked up the phone, was he?
el señor Ramírez no estaba en la habitación cuando usted agarró ese teléfono.
Él estaba en la calle fumando
He was on the street smoking.
y yo estaba viendo televisión, agarré el teléfono por error.
I was watching TV, took the phone by mistake.
Cuando yo abrí el teléfono estaban los mensajes.
When I
con la
opened
persona que estaba hablando.
When I opened the phone, I saw the messages that he was talking to.
En eso él entró y me lo arrebató.
At that point, he came in and he took it away from me.
Okay.
Eso es el problema.
And the problem began.
All right. So you didn't have his permission to go through the phone,
Pero
did
yo
you?
no tenía permiso de él para poder revisar su teléfono, ¿verdad?
Entonces no necesitaba el teléfono sin el nombre y el grupo.
I don't think I needed his permission because the phone is on my name and I was paying for it.
My question was, you did not have his permission when you picked up the phone and went through it, did you?
Mi pregunta es, ¿usted no tenía permiso de él para revisarlo cuando usted lo hizo? No.
After you saw the messages, you became angry, didn't you?
Después que usted vio el mensaje o los mensajes, usted se puso muy enojado, ¿verdad? Yes, I was upset.
You thought Mr. Ramirez was cheating on you with other women, yes?
Usted pensó que el señor Ramírez la estaba engañando con otras mujeres, ¿verdad?
No.
With a man.
I beg, could you repeat that?
With a man.
Okay. And that made you angry, didn't
Y
it?
eso la enojó a usted. Yes.
And you are bipolar, are you not?
Y usted es bipolar, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you had a crisis of bipolar at that time, did
Y
you
usted
not?
tuvo una crisis de bipolarismo en ese momento.
No, fue de pánico.
No, it was panic.
It was what?
Panic.
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 You grabbed a knife, didn't you?
Y usted agarró un cuchillo, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
Me puse a llorar, me encerré en el cuarto, me da por llorar y me llevó a temblar.
I started crying. I went into my room and I started crying because I started shaking.
And then you went back and got into an argument with Mr. Ramirez,
Y
correct?
entonces usted regresó y se involucró en un argumento con el señor Ramírez, ¿verdad?
Al tiempo empezamos a discutir.
At the time we started arguing, yes.
You were yelling at him, were you not?
Usted me estaba gritando a él, ¿verdad?
No, porque ya habíamos tenido problemas y yo trataba de no gritar.
No, because we had had problems before and I was trying not to yell.
Y las personas que me rentaban ya nos habían llamado la atención porque siempre había gritos y problemas.
And the people, and because of the people that were renting us, they had already called that to our attention and we were having issues with that.
De hecho, él me dio unas pastillas.
Wait for a question.
As a matter of fact, he gave
Hold
me
on a
some.
second. Ms. Barajas, I need you to wait for a question before you answer,
Quiero
okay?
que usted espere para una pregunta hasta que usted diga la respuesta.
You understand?
¿Me entiende?
So at that time, Mr. Ramirez was employed, wasn't he?
En ese momento el señor Ramírez estaba trabajando, ¿verdad?
No,
He doesn't work.
So you don't know that he had a job, correct?
Entonces usted no sabía que él tenía un trabajo.
yo sé que nunca.
I know that he never works.
La única persona.
So to your knowledge, he didn't have a job,
That's the
correct?
answer, counsel.
I'm sorry.
That's the answer. So
during the course of the argument, between you and Mr. Ramirez. Your testimony was you were pushed into a door, correct?
Su testimonio en este tribunal es que usted la empujaron en contra de una puerta, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Sí,
En
sí.
el marco de la puerta.
At the frame of the door.
Y después me puso para salir de la puerta de
And
la
then
entrada.
he pushed me to,
El vuelo.
outside of the door.
Él estuvo pushando para sacarme.
And then he was pushing me to get me out.
All right, so when you got pushed against the door jam, was that the door leading to the porch?
To the what?
Porch?
Y entonces esa puerta es la que lleva hacia el porche. Yes.
And at some point you were outside, weren't you?
Y en cierto momento usted estaba afuera. Yes.
And you were banging on the door to let Mr. Ramirez let you back in the house,
Y
yes?
entonces usted comenzó a componer la puerta para que el señor Ramírez le permitiera que regresara dentro de la casa.
Empecé a gritarle, hablar y con el pie y estaba pegándole en la puerta.
Yes, I was yelling him, and with my foot I was kicking the door.
And you were pounding on the door with your hand, were
Y
you
también
not?
estaba pegando en la puerta con su mano, ¿cierto?
No hice eso. Estaba
No,
haciendo esto
it's
y
not true.
estaba haciendo esto.
I was kicking with my foot and was doing this way.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the hand motion made was of a raised arm in a pushing direction toward the door.
With the left hand.
Okay,
I'm
yo
sorry.
puedo
With her left hand.
Que usted estaba levantando la mano y estaba pegando. El señor juez dijo que usted lo estaba haciendo con la mano izquierda.
In fact, Ms. Barajas, you were outside of the house when the police arrived, were
De
you
hecho,
not?
señorita Baraja, usted estaba fuera de la puerta, fuera de la casa cuando la policía llegó.
Correcto.
Correct.
And they asked you if you needed medical attention, didn't
Y
they?
ellos le preguntaron si usted necesitaba atención médica.
Hasta el final.
To the end.
And you refused medical attention, did you not?
Y usted rehusó recibirlo. Yes.
Now, you testified earlier you were bipolar. Do you take medication for that?
Usted testificó anteriormente que es bipolar. ¿Usted recibe medicamento para eso?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you take?
¿Qué toma?
Pero tengo varias medicamentos para ataque de pánico, bipolaridad y depresión.
I don't know the names of the medication, but I have medication for bipolar, depression, and panic attacks.
Were you on those medications on this day, on that day that it happened?
En el día en que sucedió esto, usted estaba bajo estos medicamentos.
Siempre los tomo en la noche porque no puedo dormir.
I always take them at night because I cannot go to sleep.
So did you take them the night before March 1st?
Entonces los tomó la noche antes del 1 de marzo. Yes.
At any point in time, did you have a knife in your hand that day?
Can you repeat, please?
At any time on March 1st, did you have a knife in your hand?
En alguna ocasión en el 1 de marzo tenía usted un cuchillo en sus manos.
No.
No.
Did you threaten to kill yourself that day?
Usted amenazó con matarse a sí mismo.
Mentira.
That's a lie.
No, that was a question.
She answered that's a lie.
So the answer to my question is
La
no, is
respuesta
that correct?
a esta pregunta es no.
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 Thank you.
Gracias.
No further questions.
Gracias.
Any redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step in.
Ya no puede, ya no hace mucho.
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah.
Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, at this time, I'll move to bind over and charge and reserve argument.
Honor, with respect to the domestic violence, it was clear there was altercation between these two individuals, that's a question of fact. As to felonious assault, there's no weapon. She testified, she was pushed into a door jamb and shoved out the door was closed. There was no weapon, there was no weapon intimated, there was no weapon threat. I anticipate prosecution is going to claim the door jamb was the weapon, but it is not sufficient to meet the elements of felonious assault. If I can draw an analogy, is if someone got pushed down the stairs and they were injured, the stairs would not be a weapon sufficient to satisfy felonious assault. At the most, what they've shown is aggravated assault.
Mr. Drain?
Thank you, Judge. I agree with counsel's analogy. Pushing someone down the stairs and them getting hurt by a stair, I don't know that that would be a felonious assault. However, the testimony was that they were in the bedroom. He grabbed her by her hair and shoved her into that door area right there. So I'm going to say that can be used as a weapon. It would have been the same as if he had had it in his hand and hit her in the face. He used his force and pushed her into that door area, and that's what caused that injury. So that's my argument, Your Honor, toward the felonious assault.
Okay, so this would not be the typical felonious assault, that the weapon that people theorize that is used here is door jam. So I listened closely to it because I was reading the information, and it said to wit door as the dangerous weapon. So I was waiting to hear some testimony as though she was in the middle of the door. He took the door, slammed her in the door a few times or something along those lines. The testimony I heard was that he was pushing her out the door, that he pushed her into the door jam, but then he proceeded to push her out of the door. I don't think that the manner in which this action was done qualified as a dangerous weapon, the door jam as a dangerous weapon. I think, I agree with the defense counsel, I think what we have here is an aggravated assault. The court finds insufficient evidence to bind over on felonious assault. I'm going to reduce that to aggravated assault and count 2 domestic violence. So that's going to go on Judge Garrett's misdemeanor docket. I'll get you a pretrial date for those misdemeanors in just a moment. That's the statute for aggravated assault.
Would that be aggravated domestic violence, Judge?
Aggravated domestic violence, okay. Yes.
Okay.
You have, I thought you had.
I thought I had two, but
Have a seat.
750-81A.
yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
April 10th at 8:30 to be the pretrial date.
Unfortunately, I cannot be there. That day could be, but it's just going to be via Zoom, right?
I can't hear you.
This is going to be via Zoom, right?
Yes.
I'm a hospital. I have a test that day. Could we do it on the 11th at 8:30?
We'll check and see.
Can you do the 12th? No, I have a motion, and, I could do the 4th. Is it a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? I could do it the 13th, I could do it the 14th. 13th, she said the 13th. 13th at 8:30? Yes, thank you.
It'll be April 13th at 8:30. That's the bond. Why is he still listening?
Because he has another case in circuit court and he was on a tether. And when he had police involvement for this case, they violated him on the tether. So he was remanded.
All right, I'll leave it to you. Thank you. I need a dismissal of the count one. Do I want to do a dismissal or just have to reduce?
You know what, I think we could dismiss count one, and I will amend the misdemeanor from domestic violence to aggravated domestic violence. Is that, that's count two, right? Yes, that's count two, so just dismiss count. Is that, acceptable to the court? Oh, thank you.
That's what yesterday. Oh, yeah. I have a copy. Oh, okay.
And council, we do want to speak with your,
Sure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
You too.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thank you, you too.
Is it my Monday?